Tagri, I'm Secretariat.
Thank you. Maybe I will allow Waziri and the team to make, sorry, my.
Okay, Sarah Mutual, Vice Chair.
Waziri and your team, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Rose Angira, the CEC in charge of sports, gender, social welfare, culture and heritage, and youth affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Beatrice Chemurgur. I'm the Chief Officer in charge of sports, culture and heritage, youth affairs, gender, social welfare, and library services. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, my name is Nehemiah Chumba, the Acting Director in Nandi County Youth Service. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, my name is Daniel Ruto, Acting Director Sports.
Okay, thank you. I'm Honorable Benjamin Matata. I'm the chair to this committee. And maybe I would just like to bring into attention that you are facing the ad hoc committee that was established by the House with the following mandate. The terms of the ad hoc committee shall be 1A, with respect to flagship projects, flag and alleged non-existence as spelled out in Implementation Committee report laid on the table of the House on 17th September 2024. 1. Investigate whether there was a financial impropriety across all the departments. 2. Establish whether there was a breach of constitution or any other applicable law by state or public officers in execution of the projects. 3. Investigate whether the laid down procurement processes was followed in the award of tenders. 4. Recommend appropriate action to be taken against identified breaches and all responsible parties accountable. B. Establish the actual cost of personnel emoluments incurred during financial year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 and circumstances, if any, occasioning violation of Section 107 of the Public Finance Management Act, and whether the public funds were irregularly paid for personnel emoluments. C. With respect to the Agricultural and Rural Inclusive Growth Project, NARIC, investigate on the following. A. Whether funds were utilized in a prudent and responsible way. 2. B. Beneficiaries and their physical location. C. Whether the procurement processes were there too. D. With respect to the hire of county machinery or motor vehicles as contained in project implementation committee reports laid on the table of the House on 17th September 2024, establish A. The circumstances leading to the hire of road machinery or motor vehicles, whether the tendering process was adhered to in accordance with the procurement and other applicable laws, the actual work done and locations, the total amount of money paid vis-a-vis the budget allocation, whether there was a value for money, and report to the House the findings and propose appropriate recommendations. Honorable, I will ask the Secretariat to place the team under oath.
I, Rose Kenda Boso Angira, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Beatrice Nancy Chepchumba Chemurgor, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Nehemiah Chumba, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Daniel Ruto, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, thank you, our surgeon. Maybe Waziri, I will first have to take you to confirm the checklist. We had, as the summon letter had requested that to avail the following documents. Personnel emoluments for the period commencing 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024. Have you complied? 2, tendered works from 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024.
We have complied, Chair. Thank you.
3, paid works as at 1st July 2022 to the period ending 30th September 2024.
It's available, Chair.
And 4, all paid and unpaid consultancy services from 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024.
Chair, we did not seek for any consultancy services, so we had nothing to write about that.
Thank you. County executive resolutions which gave your department go ahead to execute in relating to the above.
Pardon? Excuse me.
County executive resolutions which gave your department to execute the above items that I have read to you.
Yes, we have our budgets.
6, quarterly implementation report submitted to the county treasury from 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024.
Chair, our quarterly implementation reports were submitted to the treasury for onward submission to the county assembly, so we don't have them.
Maybe I will also take, we have the county, the director in charge of NYS. You are requested to submit statement of bank account for the period commencing 1st July 2022 to the period ending 30th June 2024, and certified M-Pesa transaction.
Thank you, Chair. All those documents are under custody of finance, since we just prepare in our department for payments and then we forward to finance for payments.
I saw a copy that you've submitted here, a printed copy.
Those are the requisitions, which is number 2 in the summon.
But we had requested for a certified M-Pesa statement.
So that is under custody of finance, and they will be forwarded by the
Chair.
county treasury. Thank you.
So you've not submitted a certified M-Pesa statement?
I have not, Chair.
So you've not complied?
It is because they are not under custody of
Chair.
my department. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Honorable Bate.
we do not want to know who is the custodian, but the director in charge should have failed whether getting it from the custodian or any other means.
So
Chair,
I think
Chair,
he has
Chair.
answered that he has not complied.
Chair,
Yes, Honorable Mosby.
I think you are very clear. You are asking for certified copy. Certified copy, meaning we don't need the original. You need a certified copy, perhaps certified by finance, that we have the statement here, but now take this, we certify that this is what we have. I think that is what you're asking, Chair, or what this committee is asking.
And that is why the director, when you received our summon, did you communicate with finance?
Chair, those are documents which
Chair, he should give an affirmative answer, yes or no, not explanation.
Yes, proceed.
I did communicate.
You were not given the information, yes or no?
They will submit the information.
You did communicate.
Yes, sir.
But the submission date is past.
So, Chair, allow me to possibly, so that I can get the documents and then submit, if you allow, Chair.
You can get the documents.
Yes, sir.
So if you can get the documents, what they didn't do not to avail the documents?
Chair, whatever I have submitted is what we do as a department, and where my role ends in terms of payments of the wages.
Now,
Because, Chair,
so that we end the issue, I want you to avail those certified copies by tomorrow 9 to this committee. That is a directive.
And Chair, he's saying he sent a communication to finance to facilitate. Is there any evidence of the same?
Maybe honorable member, I've ruled that let him provide the documents by tomorrow 9. By tomorrow 9, the certified copies of the M-Pesa statements should be availed to this committee by tomorrow 9.
Honorable Chair, are we then able to engage him, or you are suggesting we engage him tomorrow when he brings? And in any case, can he also satisfy the committee that he indeed communicated to
Yeah, in
County
fact,
officials.
on addition, we shall not engage the director, and I will just request the sergeant at arms to usher the director out.
May I ask, Chair? Honorable Chair,
Yes, Honorable
may I
Member.
seek for clarification? This director answers to who? Who is the supervisor? Is it among the ladies here?
I think that is a point to be clarified by the CEC.
And Chair, as he answers,
Let us give time the CC first to clarify. Whom does the director answer to?
Now, Chair, according to the Act, the director answers to the chief officer. I have a copy of the Act.
So if the director fails, it means also the chief officer has failed. I'm engaging the CC. This honorable house have asked for some certain documents, and it has not been availed here. And the director is answerable to the chief officer. What is your take, the Honorable CC?
Chair, I would say that the letter was directly addressed to him, and he responded, but I would say that you give us a chance to follow up so that that is submitted as ruled by 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Chair, I just wanted to
Honorable
say
members.
Chair, just a minute, Chair. With all due respect, this committee seated here today has powers equivalent to that of the High Court. And when a summon is issued and a document is requested from any department, there is no reason as to why there is no compliance of the same. And anybody who is taking this thing casually in such a manner that the director is trying to show, or any other member moving forward, Chair, should be treated with the seriousness that it deserves.
Thank you, honorable members. And Honorable CC,
Yes,
you are
Chair.
the person in charge of the department.
Yes, Chair.
And if I'm not wrong, when all these summons came, you were approved.
Chair, the summons to the chief officer were copied to me, but the summons to the director were directly to him. No copy was even sent to the chief officer. It was directly to him. You can confirm with the documentation you have.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I will indulge you, the Honorable CC, so that we proceed. But we are not going to entertain any non-compliance, because the PFM Act allows that any public officer must publicly publicize public documents. That is a mandate of any public officer, and especially the accounting officer. So maybe we shall proceed.
Chair, one thing that is very clear in this department is that they are working separately. They have no collective responsibility. And through you, Chair, I want to read part of the Constitution on values and principles of public service. And this one should be very clear. Article 132, A says high standards of professional ethics. B, efficient, effective, and economic use of resources. responsive, prompt, effective, impartial, equitable provision of services. D, involvement of the people in the process of policy making. And E, accountability for administrative act. And F, transparency and provision for the public of timely, accurate information. Be guided.
On top of that, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Keter.
If you go to 2010 Constitution, 183(3) says, the County Executive Committee shall provide the County Assembly with full and regulation report on matters relating to this county. So, Mr. Chair, we are not asking something out of just for the sake of asking. It is our mandate to do so. So I would want the CEC to understand that.
Honorable members, for your input, maybe we shall proceed to engage the CEC and the CO, and we are going directly to the issues that were in the reports. Waziri, I know you are very clear. We had some reports that were forwarded to this Honorable House through the Finance Department.
Point of order, Honorable Chair. Just to ask, is it in order for us to interrogate the CCCO and without the director, who is, I think some questions will conjoin or will be put together on the same issue? If for your indulgence, if the director is missing, which means some part of information will be missing also. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I will allow that we engage the director, the CEC and the CO, but if need be, they will come back with their director when we shall be interrogating the issue of the NYS. So we shall allocate them further time for them to come back so that in case of anything that will need their attention, they will clarify. So let me indulge that we interrogate the CC and the CO, and then when the director will be appearing, we shall schedule time for the director to appear, and that time will be communicated to the CC and the CO also. So maybe we shall proceed, and maybe my first question to the CC. The program implementation for the FY 22-23 and 23-24 was received on August 2024 at the County Assembly. You seem to have had responsibility to all the issues, and your remarks contradict your submission. Why?
Honorable Chair, we received the report, and our submissions do not contradict in all areas. We are cognizant of the fact that there were some errors in the reporting, but we have since corrected and submitted supporting documents. Thank you.
Honorable Waziri, the report that you gave to this House emanated from your department, right or wrong?
It came from our department, Chair, yes.
And it is the same report that is contradicting itself. And it is the same report that this Honorable House has used the same report, and that is why we are here today. So I don't know, Waziri.
Chair, if I may ask you, the department who generates all these reports and who approves it?
Chair, The report is generated by our officers, and we approve through the chief officer for submission.
Do you approve without, through the chair, do you approve without any verification? Do you counter check?
Honorable member, we counter check, but human is to error. We missed one or two, as indicated.
Chair, the honorable member is asking, do you interrogate, not all of you, you personally as the CCM?
CC.
Interrogating us personally.
As the man in charge of the department.
Yes, yes, I interrogate.
You interrogate.
Yes.
So what reason do you have to give? Because surely you have alluded that man is to error. And you cannot err in a whole report. Because what you filed against what you are given are two different reports. So what is your take?
I consent that in some of the reports there was duplication due to errors in the naming of some of the projects, like the project we call the Kolelach is also called Jean-Marie Serone project. So that was because of the different namings. And the second one is because of the reallocation of some of the report indicating that the funds were reallocated when they were not. So I want to commit to the fact that it was an error.
Chair, if...
Through the chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, may I ask the CEC that after going through the report that was generated by the from her department, so she went through the report, and then she just decided to send the raw report to this honorable house. What does that amount? She had all the time to go through the report, to summon all the clerks in her department, and to come up with a concrete report for this house. So sending a report with a lot of errors, and you have admitted that the report came with errors. You have also admitted that you went through the report, and you proceeded to approve and send it. Is that not an abuse to this honorable house?
Chair, it seems the department seem not to understand themselves. I can imagine CEC in charge of a department who has no idea completely on the kind of reports, and is the same person who makes a decision informed by these wrong documents. Where are we heading? If you sit at the policy-making level, making decisions which are informed by this wrong information, on which direction are we taking as a county? And does it mean you do not have field officers? You have the director, you have the chief officer, and you in charge. All those levels of government, nobody could notice that this is a very wrong report. Casually getting into the flow of the house.
Honorable members, I wish to apologize for that, to not be repeated.
Honorable Chair, I think probably we are giving the CEC quite a bit of latitude, seriously, because first of all, how are we to know at what point did she realize there were errors? And when she says that the CEO submits she means submits to who? Could you take us through that? So the report is finished by the CEO. She submits to who?
Honorable members.
Does she submit to you?
Sorry?
She submits to you.
The chief officer submits to me.
And you submit to who?
It's supposed to be submitted to this house.
So you submit directly to this house?
No, like the quarterly reports are through the treasury, and as indicated earlier.
Do you discuss them at the SEC? Does it come to the SEC?
Okay, honorable members, I want to give directions that with the merge interrogations, I think we've concluded that the CEC is not hands-on in our department. So I want to indulge that we proceed so that we don't dwell on a single matter for a long time. So maybe the Honorable Vice Chair.
Honorable Chair, there is only one thing that I think is important for me, and it would help this committee. Does the CEC see these reports before they come to this house? I mean the County Executive Committee.
Honorable members, I see, but I have not seen all of them. Let me be very honest.
I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to the County Executive Committee. Does the report ever go to them? Do you know the CEC?
I am the CEC of this department.
You are a member of the CEC.
Oh, sorry. A member of the CEC, yes, CECM, yes.
So sorry. Does the CEC see the report for forwarding to this house?
Maybe, honorable members, as I drew earlier, let us proceed.
Chair.
Let us proceed to the next question.
Before we proceed next, Chair, you know, these are the people sitting on positions that they make decisions, and only these are not personal decisions that pertains the people of Nandi. We have the CEO in charge, who is the accounting officer of the department. Does it mean that she is also not aware of these documents? And before it gets to the doorsteps of the CEC, what is the responsibility of the CEO in this case? Are you not aware of your department? You seem not to have any clue of what is happening in the department.
Let me give an opportunity to the CEO to respond to these issues.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The report also went through my hands, but just like the CEC has said, is that there was an error in terms of naming of projects, which was something that slipped through our hands. And because there were projects that were named, for instance, Jean Marie, there was another one that was named Kolelach. So what misguided us probably is the budget, where you have in the budget a different name that is reflecting in the reports that we are giving.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I want to give a direction. The report that we are using to engage the team from sports is the report that was submitted to this house, so that we don't mix up issues, because they have accepted that the report is from the office. Now we cannot choose another report to engage them that was not tabled in this house. So let us proceed. The first issue, I've directed that the CEC has admitted that there is errors. So I think it is it is for us to proceed to the next issue.
Honorable Chair, I
Chair,
wish to ask.
Chair, before you continue and rule on that, so if indeed the documents that we have is fake, how are we going to proceed now?
Chair.
Honorable members,
Chair. Chair.
What
Chair.
I will give you, Honorable Bete, what is happening here, the reports that they have been filed in this Honorable House, the submission by the department, are contradicting the report that was tabled in this House. It is thoroughly contradicting the reports that were tabled, the reports that we interrogated in Nakuru, and we came finally and tabled them in this House. So the submission by the department is contradicting the earlier reports that were submitted. So I don't know now.
Chair,
Yes.
with your indulgence, this is a clear indication that there is some cover-up of information. You know, you cannot purport that the information was wrong, whereas you were given time. And you know, these are information for the last 2 financial years. It's not for the last 1 week. This is clear indication of incompetence, irresponsible department. And Chair, where you sit, I do not see any reason as to why we should go further and work on a document that there is no clarity on which kind of document is right now. How are we going to assume that which document is right between the two?
I think, Waziri, I would like to second that question to you. Which document is now right? Because the 2 documents in my table here are actually contradicting each other. So which document shall we use as the county assembly?
Honorable Chair, we have the corrected document, whose copy we sent to the assembly. I also have a copy with me here.
Honorable Chair.
Pardon, no, I was just responding to what you had mentioned.
Waziri, you know now, what you have done to this Honorable House is an injustice. Because the time that these honorable members, the whole House, we had some days in Nakuru scrutinizing these documents. And the findings from Nakuru led to the formation of this ad hoc committee. Surely. Then now you are here, Waziri, saying the right document is the one that you submitted. And already the whole House have relied on your report to the extent of forming this ad hoc committee. So maybe I will direct that, honorable members, let us proceed with the session.
Yeah, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Tufosa.
As per the report from the CCM, let's proceed with the document. Maybe the whole document is not wrong. Maybe we have some other issues which are correct.
And that,
so
and
we
that
can move on, then maybe we will hear.
That was the direction I was giving.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I think it would only be prudent to probably proceed in a manner like this. Today on the original document. That's number 1. Number 2, any other document that is not a property of this House, Honorable Chair, is not admissible. Because the documents we are working on, the reports we are working on are the ones that they brought to us, they brought to this House, they were tabled in this House. Now for anybody to say that they are bringing a now correct document, and yet we in this House are in possession of a document that came from their own hand, and even for the CEO to claim that then the project was given a wrong name. By who? Are they not the ones who name projects?
So, honorable members, I
Chair,
will
Chair.
request that we proceed.
Chair, before you proceed, I had an issue.
Welcome.
They have said they have supporting documents to the items they were erroneously did. So why don't you analyze the strength of the percentage of errors so that it will allow us to continue? And if at all there is some errors, let them to table there the supporting document before we continue. Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. And that is what I have ruled that we proceed. Despite the errors, we proceed with the documents that are properties of this house. Okay. Yes.
But before you proceed, Chair, let them table the supporting document for areas, erroneous areas.
Already, honorable members, I'm told by the secretariat that you have them in the files. So go to the report that was tabled against their submissions. They are in our files.
Yeah, they are, Honorable Chair. And,
Okay.
Maybe to ask the department, are you ready to engage with us or not? Through the Chair.
Honorable members, we are ready.
Okay, then Honorable Chair, let's continue.
Honorable Chair, there is something that I wish then to be clarified. Sorry, Chair, for taking long. Because there were errors, and I think there were material errors, very serious. Could they confirm, all of them, the trail that maybe if it's the gentleman over there, the CEO and the CEC, including the CEC, that is the cabinet, could they confirm that the errors went that way up to this house? That everybody who could see saw the errors and passed them on.
Waziri, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, we own the errors.
Okay, let us proceed. She has admitted and she has said they own the errors. So let us proceed, honorable members. So maybe I will invite my vice to continue the questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I will direct my question now to the CEC. So with regard to the maintenance of Eliud Kipchoge Sports Complex, in the implementation period for financial year 2022-2023, cited that Kenyan shillings 2 million for these projects was relocated. Do you agree with this finding? Was reallocated? There was Kenyan shilling 2 million, financial year 22-23.
Honorable Vice Chair, the funds were not reallocated, as stated. We have indicated that they were not, this is because when this work was to be done, there was a contractor on site who was continuing with other works. And when there was a dry spell, it made him or necessitated that he requests that the period of his stay be extended so that he completes the works that he was doing in the field. That had to do with landscaping and planting of the grass and watering and making sure it has come up. And because of that, we could not go on with the next project. It is explained there, as indicated.
Yeah, because we are acting on the report that came to our table that the same amount was reallocated. So the question was that who mandated, who approved the reallocation of that amount?
Honorable Vice Chair, I've confirmed we did not reallocate that money.
So, okay, the contractor continued with the project.
The contractor who was on site continued with the project that he was doing.
And when was the payment made?
The payment for the landscaping and beautification.
Yeah.
It was done in this year, 23-24. Yes, Vice Chair.
Was the 2 million the budget allocated or the contracted sum?
This was the budget allocation, Vice Chair.
What about the contracted sum?
We did not give that.
Or how much was paid to the contractor?
Pardon?
How much was paid to the contractor? Because the 2 million is the contracted sum, is budgeted, the budgeted sum. What about the contracted sum that you paid
was
the contractor?
thereafter. Because we have said we did not, give out this tender. So no payment was made then.
Who did the work?
Waziri, I think Waziri, you are contradicting yourself.
I've not got.
In the information that you've given here,
yes.
And you've indicated clearly that there was a dry spell, and the contractor requested for extension of the contract. Attached annex is the award of tender number NDCG
Yes.
QT SPT stroke 09 stroke
Chair.
2022. Now, Waziri, you are saying you never awarded this contract.
There was
From your document, what you've indicated here. So my vice chair is asking, you awarded the tender. The 2 million is the budgeted allocation. How much did the contractor want the tender? Because it has not been indicated here.
Honorable Chair, we are talking about two different contractors here. So there was a contractor on site who was going on with some other works. Oh, we are talking about two different tenders, sorry, let me put it like that. So this one was still going on with the works. And because of that, we did not tender the next works. Maybe the chief officer wants to clarify something.
Allow me to clarify this, Honorable Chair. This 2 million was in the budget that was supposed to be used to maintain the field, to maintain the grounds. But we could not use that money because there was an already existing contractor who was doing the fields. And therefore, he requested for extension, and by the time he requested for extension, it coincided with the end of the financial year. So this 2 million could not be put into use. And the reason why we could not put it into use is because when he was looking at the dry spell, we were also safeguarding that money just in an event that we would want to use it for maintenance.
Chair.
Yes,
Point of, I want to correct. The last 2 years, Honorable Chair, have we ever had a drought? I mean, we are living in, if it is the stadium here, Kipchoge Stadium, we've been battling ever since we got elected with excessive rains in our county. I don't know, is it the same one or which year is this?
Yeah, I think it is the same Kipchoge Sports Complex at Showground. Eh? We are talking of Showground.
Yeah,
the sports complex.
The sports complex.
Yes.
Yes. Honorable Chair, at least this is very clear. In fact, during that time, because of having brought new soil, some of it was marami, the grass was doing very poorly. If I can remember that very well, and my department can attest to the same. So we are not lying. It is true.
Now, Honorable Waziri, there is an issue that is coming up here. The description for the 2 million was electric, painting, and plumbing works. Now, in your report, you are indicating planting of grass. So which one is which one now?
Allow me to clear that. It was under maintenance of the field Eliud Kipchoge. You can confirm that with supplementary budget. Supplementary budget of 22-23.
Under supplementary budget 22?
23. There is 2 million.
2 million for electric, painting, and plumbing works.
For maintenance of the field.
You know, Madam CEO, we are relying on the information that you gave to us.
Yeah.
So if there are any errors, you are the one to blame yourself.
It was there. You can confirm that. This was in supplementary 2 of 22-23. Check out supplementary 2. There is 2 million. 2 million that was not reallocated. Supplementary 2, 22-23. It was named maintenance of Eliud Kipchoge.
And Madam CEO, we are not disputing the reallocation. We are talking on the scope of work. From the documents that you submitted, the description is electric, painting, and plumbing works.
Chair.
In any case, Honorable Chair, in any case, that I think they have explained clearly that there was one contractor working on the field, and they also wanted to have another contractor to work on the field. If I'm not wrong, because you can already see that these two things were sitting on top of each other. And I think probably what you have here is the correct position. This was electrical. Because how could you be having somebody working on the field and then they are saying, okay, let's extend so you cannot use the money because somebody else wants to come and work on the field, in the same field.
Honorable Chair, let me clarify that.
Yes.
During the budget making process, 2 million was put aside for maintenance of that field in anticipation that the contractor that was awarded the tender will complete the works so that that 2 million can now be used to maintain that field. That is mowing and maraming and doing all that, which could not be done because the contractor had not left site.
So, okay, honorable members, let us proceed. The CEO she has admitted that it was an error, so let us proceed to the next question.
I'm worried of the statement. She's saying she was anticipating that the contractor that was on the site, maybe he could not do what is expected, and she anticipated and put some money to be on a standby. You know, it
Allow me
doesn't
to
come
explain
out
that
clear.
Through the chair. What I'm saying is that during the budget making process, for instance, when you're planting grass at a stadium, in financial year, say 2020, maybe 21, yet you have given a contractor to plant grass in that field. It is anticipated that the contractor will go. And once the contractor leaves, then it will be the department's mandate to continue maintaining that field. That is the explanation I gave.
Chair, what was the scope of the main contractor before you budget and anticipate for another 2 million for maintenance? What was the scope of work?
Through the chair, the scope of works was to dig up and plant grass. It was to plant trees, to do the garden curbs, and I think that was majorly the scope of works, to complete on the field the maraming, to plant the grass, and to also put garden curbs on the opposite side, as per the BQ.
So what
on beautification, that is the BQ, NDG, stroke QTN.
Chair, and what were you to maintain with the 2 million then?
You see, after grass is planted through the chair, you will need to mow that grass. Like as it were now, that field requires maintenance. At the end of every month, it must be mowed. At the end of every month, you must put maraming around the track.
Okay.
So that money was anticipated for that. Thank you, Chair.
Now, Madam CEO, first you've admitted that there was an error. Now, what was the money finally used for?
Through the chair, finally, that money was not used.
Okay, thank you. Let us proceed. Honorable members, I'm giving you to pose questions to the team. Honorable Mosbey.
Honorable Chair, thank you for this opportunity. I want to inquire from this team about the famous Kaptumo Stadium. Tell us about it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through the chair, Kaptumo Stadium was budgeted for in the year 1819 with a budget of 1,600,000. During supplementary in 21-22, that money was not sufficient. They were awarded another 2 million to make it 3 million. So the works were done as per the BQ that I have here. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Maybe, Chair, is it possible we can have the pictures of the field?
Yeah, the ICT team, can you project the Kaptumo grounds?
Because this is a stadium.
Maybe as they project, Honorable Chair, could the CEO take us through the BQs as she knows them? What was supposed to be done?
Through the chair, what was supposed to be done in Kaptumo was one, field sides of the track to the southwestern side and the northern side with supply of selected imported soil, place and compact in layers not exceeding 1 millimeter. The unit was 800. They said supply in place and spread using mortar agenda and compact by roller with watering suitably selected maram from specified and approved barrow pits on the track and as per the engineer's direction. They gave a rate of 700, that was an amount was 560,000. C, excavated a basement of trench, 600 millimeter deep, averagely to receive 100 millimeter diameter draining pipes. The budget was 1.2 million. D, there was a diameter, heavy gauge class, PVC pipe laid on the falls to drain water from the fields to engineers as per the engineer's direction. They gave 10,000. Supply and fix 125 millimeter precast concrete channels, 150 millimeter thick concrete bed with hide anching. They gave it 560,000. In Suntu concrete, culvert 900 millimeter, diameter fixed on adequately prepared bed, including backfilling, they gave it 360,000. Deep concrete structure covered with 100 millimeter thick concrete slab to harness storm water, they gave it 30,000. And then they gave 100 millimeter thick header to the culvert exit, that is 72,000. Then stone pitching in mortar mix, they gave it 50,000. Diameter in sill to culvert, they gave it 150,000. Carried And then there was section 2 where there was excavation and earthworks. Excavate basement, they gave it 9,000. Exceeding 1 millimeter, exceeding 1.5, but not exceeding 30 meter deep. That is on excavation, they gave it another 9. Exceeding 3.0 m, but not exceeding 4.5 m deep, they gave it 12,000. Exceeding 4.5 m, but not exceeding 6.0 meters deep, they gave it 15,000. Total was 69. There was excavated materials, reinforcement. The total was coming to 3,272,400.
Okay, thank you, Honorable CEO. Maybe for clarity, the document that you have provided to me and the document that you had earlier provided is contradictory. The BQ. What was here as just given to me, and the one that you had submitted early was here, there are two different documents. So I don't know which one now should we use.
Honorable Chair, that is a file that we inherited from 1819, and those were the BQs that were in that file.
Honorable Chair, but that's not the question you asked.
Yeah, that is not the question I asked, Madam CEO. We have two different BQs, and both of them have just originated from your department. The one that Madam CEC has just handed over to me, and the one in our file are two different BQs. So which one is which?
Chair.
Honorable Chair, I thought you ruled that we are using our document.
Chair, two wrongs don't make a right. If you inherited a problem, should you copy paste the same problem? Any serious person seated in an office should not inherit a problem and say inherited from 2019. Where you sit is a position that you need to be an officer who is able to account for what is happening in the department. Chair, I'm worried if this is the information we want to inform the decision of this committee, we are headed to the wrong direction.
Chair. I think honorable members,
Chair.
Yes.
Let me.
Honorable
Chair,
Mosby.
Kindly, please, Chair, if we can get, she has described the stadium. I think I've not heard her mention the pavilion. We can look at it and then compare with what the CEC and the CEO will tell us about. That is the Kaptumo Stadium.
Honorable CC, the Kaptumo Stadium is being projected. So can you have a look so that we compare with what is in your documents?
Honorable Chair, I think I was also among the team who went there. Could the answered team also share with us the pictures they took in 2018? I think there was an original set of pictures. This is not the first time that this was done.
And I would like the ICT through the chair to show us the pavilion.
Let's project the pavilion.
Honorable Chair, when you see the pavilion, you can let us stop there.
Honorable CC, with your CEO. Have you come across any pavilion in that field?
And maybe
And for clarity, Madam CC,
Yes, Chair.
have you been to this field?
I have been, yes, Chair.
How many times?
I've been there twice, Chair.
Is there any pavilion in that field?
There is no pavilion, Chair.
And what is your document saying?
When I came in, I was taken around all the facilities in my department, and this was one of them, Chair. And I looked around and I saw there was that lack of coherence. There wasn't the pavilion, yes. But according to the records, the works had been completed.
Completed and paid.
Yeah, completed and paid before we came in. Yeah, before we came in. So because we prioritized.
You came in 2022.
2023.
2022.
Sorry, 2022 April, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the status, so will you agree with me that this is one of the ghost projects? Because it has no pavilion and public money has been paid. Madam CC.
Yes, Chair.
Do you agree with me that this one is one of the ghost projects?
Maybe through the chair, as Honorable Mosbey, who is the area MCA, has asked that they can project the 2018 so that maybe the other time pavilion was there. So maybe as asked by Honorable
The ICT team?
Yes.
Can we have the 2018 team look for the 2018 structures? Waziri?
Yes, Chair.
Do you agree with me that this one is one of the ghost projects?
I don't know. I would really want to know the definition of a ghost.
A ghost
in this
project
context.
is one that does not exist.
But it has been paid.
No, it is not. The study without the pavilion is not there.
Chair.
And in your records, it is showing that it has the pavilion,
Honorable Chair,
which is actually approximately 1.1 million.
Honorable Chair,
Osbey.
the people of Kaptumo Kaboy are not vandals. And I want to say this. The last money is paid were paid by these two officials here, seated here. The last money is paid.
Honorable Mosbey, when was the last money paid so that we can interrogate further?
I think there is the annex. You have some payment vouchers in annex, or is that an old one? I supposed.
Maybe through the chair,
Okay, Honorable CC,
Yes.
the records on our files shows that the money has been paid. So,
and I want to request
that is 2018. Zoom for us to see it properly.
fake. So maybe through the chair.
From the information that I'm given, the team at the field was the then Public Accounts Committee. So, Waziri, what action have you taken concerning the same field?
Now, when I came, or when we came in office, we came with the chief officer. This project was as it is, and it was declared completed. And there is even a certificate to that effect, but we could see the missing parts. And I am just reliably informed by the chief officer that the money for the last payment was already in the IB. So it was paid. But, you know, we had now no control over what is already processed.
So, Madam Chief,
Chair.
Madam CEC, so that we close that chapter of that field, do you agree with me, both of you? Do you agree with me that this is one of the ghost projects? Because it has been paid
Chair.
and the value for money cannot be realized. Because, Madam CC, the amount paid is 3,762,445.
I have the figure, yes.
And from the scope of work, it was supposed to have a pavilion, which is not there. And already the contractor has been paid.
Chair.
So what is your take, Madam CC?
Again, through you, Chair.
Yes,
Chair.
Honorable
Chair.
Honorable Bet.
Wasiri, she has agreed that she had seen the mistake that the pavilion is missing. And again, you were there when the payment is being done or processed.
I was not there.
You are not there?
No, because...
So why don't you direct this question to the accounting officer?
Okay, you can respond.
Chief?
Through the chair. By the time I came in, was it in 2022, Kaptumo project had already been dispensed by the then CEO who was acting. CEO who was acting then.
Who is this CEO?
I think Chemogos was acting.
The same Chemogos.
Chemogos and Sargoi were acting then.
The same director that did not comply. Chemogos, she is the one, eh?
Yeah, he was then the acting chief officer.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
Honorable Chair, there is a question you asked. I think it's very critical.
So
What they have
before I allow you, Madam CEO, who is now to be held responsible for this?
Definitely it will be me, because by the time I came in, by the time I sat on that seat, this payment was already it had already gone beyond. So
Who is
I
to
am the
be
one
held
to blame,
responsible?
because by the time the contractor maybe got the money is the time I'd already come to office.
Chair. Very important question.
Yes.
The two of them have admitted in this house that they have made 2 trips to that field. One basic question that I want to ask the two of them: what action have you taken now realizing that money had been lost? What action have you initiated against the contractor or any person who might have siphoned the money from the county coffers? And if there is any action that you've taken, could you provide information on the same in terms of documentation? That will show the kind of seriousness that you are. And if there is none, it seems you are also perpetuating the same impunity.
Maybe through the Vice Chair, maybe Director Ruta would clarify some things, because maybe he was there before the CEO and the CC.
Chair, let them answer the 2 questions I've asked them. They have clearly indicated they have made 2 visits to the site. What action have they taken against the contractor who might have siphoned the money and run away with it? And if there is no any action taken, then they are part and parcel of the problem.
Okay, so the CC and the CEO, you'll have to answer that one. Because the CEO, you have said that by the time the money was being paid now to the contractor, you are already seated in that office, but you never intercepted. And that is what honorable member is asking. So what have you done?
Through the chair, immediately I got into office, we sent a team of engineers, and the director was part of the team that went to the ground to measure the works, the exact works that the contractor did. And since then, the contractor, the last time we had a conversation over that, the contractor had come to clarify the works that he had done.
Maybe through the vice chair, as chair assumes, is it? You've just mentioned that director went for that field visit. Kindly, director who? Because I believe you have so many directors. So kindly, with due respect, that if at all the director is within this premise. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Honorable House, through the chair, it is indeed true that we visited Kaptumo Sport Ground. We were accompanied by Madam CEC when she came to the department. I was
point of order, Chair.
Yes, what is it,
I think he should use, unless the director is complicit in this, he should use the right term. Kaptumo Stadium.
Okay, proceed.
So thank you, Chair. So let me say that indeed we visited Kaptumo Stadium, and when we went, the stadium had already been done. I came to the department in 2021. So my curiosity was as a result of the issues that had been raised by the sporting fraternity in Aldai, and particularly in Kaptumo, because they wanted to use the sport ground. So we asked Madam CEC, and we went. When we went there, we were accompanied by the sport officers who were there before we joined the department. And we interrogated the scope of works that was done then. Then we were told that the northern part of the stadium was a bit hilly, and there was a lot of backfilling. And we were also accompanied by the project manager, the engineer, who was there from the onset of the project. So upon interrogating the scope of works that was there, we realized that through what the sport officer was telling us, the stadium field was not measuring to the standard. So there was a lot of extension of the field that was required, but that one interfered with the existing ablution block that is there. And then there is also a nursery, I think a nursery school up adjacent to the sport ground. Then we met the principal, the head teacher of the school. We met the stakeholders, we discussed, and then we realized that that for the facility to be used, it required some allocations. So we sat and we made our suggestions. It is only that we were lacking adequate financing. Otherwise, we should have allocated some money for the maintenance of the field because it required to be used. In the current status, it is not good, I may say that. In fact, when we went, we even recommended that that field should be fenced because there were some people who were passing through the field. So I want to say that the scope of work, as we were told by the project manager, is as per what is entailed in the BQ. So I think that is what I can say, Chair.
Maybe for clarity, who is this project manager? Who was the project manager?
The engineer.
The engineer on site.
Yeah, the engineer on site.
Who?
Mwale.
Mwale.
Yeah.
Okay. So there were no alterations on the BQ.
That one I may not be able to answer, Chair, because when we interrogated, he said some of those documentations were not within our access because the project manager had them, and we were trying to familiarize ourselves with the sporting facilities.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. Let us proceed.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Maybe as we finalize, there is this question that has been asked. You asked it, I think Honorable Bet has asked, what concrete actions they have taken. So, and I've heard the director talking about that they recommended. Do you have any evidence, and what was that you recommended, and you recommended to who? I would be interested to know if it came to the CEO, and if it came to the CEC, and if it went to the CEC, CCM.
So thank you, honorable member. As I said, in that meeting we were accompanied by Madam CEC, and we have site minutes to that effect. And when we came back, because as I was saying, our curiosity was as a result of the request that had been raised by the sporting fraternity in Aldai. There was a sporting event that was to be held. And then they told us, can you please assist us, improve the facility so that we can host an event. So when we visited, we found out the state of the stadium was not so good, and that is why we in our minutes we were saying, if in case funds will be available in subsequent financial years, then we strongly suggested that we do ABCD. So I don't want to mention the particulars because I was not prepared for the particular area in terms of what we had suggested on that particular day.
You might have to give us all the areas, but I just would like to have a further question. Are you suggesting that if the members of the community or the people who are organizing that sporting event, if they didn't say anything, you would have not done anything?
No, as I said,
Chair, make me to understand this, Chair. I can see the director has more information than the CEO. Does it mean he's the one who has been calling shots in that department?
Honorable Keter, Madam CEO, can you respond to the issues raised by Honorable Keter?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It does not mean that the director has been calling shots. The Honorable member had asked the director to explain what transpired during the visit. And I thought the director was only giving the evidence of what had happened, but that does not mean I'm not aware about what happened. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, honorable members, I think to the extent at which we've interrogated that issue, let me direct that we proceed with another question. Yes, Honorable Sum.
One last question on the same. What has the department done to make sure that the ablution block that is in that field is functional?
Madam CEC.
Chair, there's something that we need to make it very clear.
Yeah.
Why should we call a pit latrine a pollution block? And that is the terms commonly used by the departments.
Madam CEC, can you differentiate between a pit latrine and ablution block? And then you respond to the question that has been asked by Honorable Sum, that what have you done to see into it that the pit latrine in that field is operational?
Thank you, Chair. Ablution should be referring to any facility that is used as a toilet or for toileting purposes. So it can be a large one, it can be a small one. It still serves the purposes of ablution. But we, as a department, have for some time prioritized the Eliud Kipchoge complex because of the purpose of operationalizing it. And our attention has been drawn to this, but in the next budget allocation, we shall consider that one. Thank you.
I think she has answered. Let us proceed, Honorable Tarbey.
I had a final question. Yeah, I heard the CEO saying that when he arrived, the payment was in the last stage. For us who are not conversant with the modes of payment, maybe you could, for record purposes, what stage of payment was that? Yeah. And maybe you can clarify the stages of payment.
Okay. Yeah. Madam CEO.
The stages of payment through the chair is that once a completion certificate has been given, then you raise a request for payment, which then we have requesters who are already in the IFMI system who will examine. Once they have examined, it comes to the chief officer, then the chief officer approves, then it goes to the chief officer finance until that process is done and it gets to the internet banking.
So which stage did you play in the, because you said it was in the last payment?
The stage I paid, the stage that I played was the final stage, where it came to the chief officer, then it went to supply chain, and then back to the chief officer finance.
So it came to you as the chief officer?
Yeah.
And you told this committee that there was an acting...
Who began the process.
But the payment you initiated as the chief officer at that moment?
No, I did not initiate.
Finalize.
Yes, I finalized. Okay. Thank you.
So, Madam CEO, how do you finalize something that, in fact, now it is now clear that you are the one to be held responsible for this mess? How do you finalize something that you don't know?
Chair, for order of clarity, who paid now? Now that you said there was an acting CEO and you are the CEO who paid. So, like, who can own the payment? Because if we invite the acting CEO, he would say you didn't pay because you are the one who finalized the payment.
Admitted she's the
I admitted, through the chair, I admitted that I'm the one that placed the final nail on the coffin.
Chair, I want to say,
I think, honorable members, let us proceed. Okay, Honorable Bitok.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yeah, I'm moving to another question. Normally, it is error after error, and then after error, we have to find the obvious answer as honorable members. We don't have to go back to the CEC, that is Angira Rose. You are the CCM, Tourism and Culture. I also belong to Tourism Committee and Culture. And now we can see and we can find that the errors started during your first appointment, when you were first appointed to the office. Culture, majority of cultural beliefs or norms in Nandi County, Nandis and Kalenjins, as I also represent the minority, which is the Ogiek, belonging to the Kalenjin community and the Nandis. Majority of the things done in this county are purely cultural. Like when we talk of Nandi Goburwa, that is the Wasis, when we talk of the cultural beliefs about initiation, about so many, are you comfortable? Or do you understand some terms that they are used in our cultural norms? Like when we talk of things that they are in our, they are in our, because this is 80% purely Nandis. And when you belong to a minority group, these things are supposed to be done. Do you know something called Gupurguriet, Jeptilet, Legetjet? And were you comfortable when you were placed in this seat or in this docket of CCM representing Tekalja? And are you comfortable? That is why, you know, if this one can be errors, when we talk of a sports club, when we talk of what errors, and this one are done in English, and are you comfortable being at this token of CEC representing culture? Thank you.
Bitok. Madam CEC.
Honorable Member, through the chair, I believe in one thing. There is no end to learning. And when given an opportunity to learn something new, it actually was one of the things that really thrills me. I have been in Nandi for quite a long time, right from my first posting. And I have participated in quite a number of activities which make me comfortable in this docket. I also want to say very clearly that nobody knows everything. You don't know everything about the culture of a certain community. But if you know a bit, then you continue to learn more and build on that. You will not know everything, but you will have built your knowledge in the same. So, Honorable Member, I don't have a problem with being in charge of this docket. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Members. I think we should proceed to the issues to do with projects.
Yeah, I have a question.
So that we don't... Honorable Trufosa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We also need to have time. We have several questions here to ask. And I would like to ask a question directed to Madam CEO. In reference to equipping of conference facilities at Eliud Kipchoge, in Annex 7, does not satisfy the utilization of Kenya shillings 4.99 million. Where are the rest of supporting documents and receipts? Do you have it, Madam CEO? Thank you.
Through the chair, Honorable Member, we were only submitting documents that we were asked to submit from the committee report. But then those documents are available, all the documents are available, and we can submit them as and when required. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Post, it is needed tomorrow at 9. Is it available?
Yes, it is available, Honorable Member, through the chair. Thank you.
Chair. Honorable Sum.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This question I will also direct it to the two officers, that is the CEO and the CEC. That is question number 6. With respect to NCYS, Kenyan shillings 42 million was proposed and approved for the operationalization of the services. In Annex 3 of your submission, who authorized utilization of the vote named other operating expenses of Kenya shillings 16,223,194 and vote named general administration with an allocation of Kenya shillings 3 million.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through the chair, NCYS, according to the budget 22-23, allocated 42 million. And according to the Act stipulates that we will have trainings. It also gives money that can be allocated into such services. So the Act in itself has authorized us to spend that money, and We have also been in consultation with the committee in charge of sports. We had our first meeting on the 15th of January, and we explained the same, and we have minutes to that effect. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
What of the general administration with an allocation of 3 million?
Through the chair, when you are given money for general administration, when you are given money to spend, when the act has already allowed you to pay the wages, definitely it will also mandate you to use that money as per, when you look at the PFM Act, the PFM Act allows you to spend money as long as it is within your ceiling, as long as it is within the budget that you have been allocated. The PFM Act to, I think, subsection 7 allows you to spend that money. Thank you.
Honorable Kogo.
Thank you,
and Honorable Kogo, you are the chair of sports, and the CEO have mentioned that they have been in constant consultation with your committee on the expenditure of this money. So can you also confirm so that for the benefit of the other members?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just like any sectorial committee, as mandated, when we normally have a meeting with them, they have to share whatever they know, whatever we asked. But to the effect of this, or the other committee, I think it's beyond the sectorial committee now.
Chair, on accuracy of facts.
Yes, Honorable Bit.
Sure has just mentioned something to do with BFM Act, section 7. And I see section 7 is something to do with national government. I don't know which kind of BFM Act was she referring to.
I think, Madam CEO, can you quote the appropriate section of the PFM Act? Silas, Mheshimiwa, proceed.
Thank you. Okay. My question directly goes to the two officers. With respect to the purchase of gym equipment at Eliud Kipchoge Complex, what informed the carrying forward of the gym equipment installation program? Thank you, Chair.
Madam CEC, can you please respond to that question? What informed the carrying forward of the gym installation equipment?
We did not hear anything, Honorable Chair.
Sorry. Kindly let the CEO respond, then I will complete it. I was just confirming something about the PFM Act. Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Member, through the chair. I did not hear the question clearly, but
okay.
If I can hear you.
May I repeat?
Yeah, kindly
Chair,
repeat.
I'm just asking with respect of the purchase of gym equipment at the Eliud Kipchoge Complex, what informed the carrying forward of the gym installation program?
And she cited, Chair, she cited authority drawn from the PFM Act 7. And when I looked at the PFM Act, Section 7, it is something to do with parliamentary oversight of the national finance. So,
Honorable Member, I directed the CEO to quote the appropriate
section. She hasn't responded, Chair.
So, Madam CEO, can you please quote the appropriate section that allowed you to spend money in the PFM Act?
Through the chair.
With the operationalization of that fund.
Through the chair, let me withdraw the statement and give the appropriate act when I look at the document. I will do so if given time. I'm going to quote it.
Chair, she's confirming of many errors coming ahead of us. Why? You know, these are the guiding documents when working on very serious issues. And if the whole accounting officer can quote wrong information. You can imagine the kind of errors we have in the document.
That
is misleading.
Honorable Member,
that is misleading information.
Honorable Member, as he has admitted, let us allow him quote the appropriate section of the PFM Act. But it is now on record that she misquoted the wrong section.
Honorable Chair, there is a question asked by Honorable Sum. The question was, who authorized spending of 16 million? She explained how it was used, but didn't mention who. Who authorized, or
Madam
how is it authorized?
Through the chair, which 16 million are you talking about, Honorable Member?
Remember, there were two questions. The Honorable Sum asked about 16 million and 3 million. Is that right?
It is the issue touching on, for clarity.
And the question, yes.
It is the issue touching on the NYCS.
Or NCYS?
Yeah, that one.
Who authorized? We spent the money because it was in the budget.
Question is, who authorized? You can take us through just who authorized, and it's simple.
Once we have been given the budget through the chair, you implement the budget. Because these budgets once they have been approved, then they are sent to the departments for implementation.
Maybe Chair, a follow-up question.
I think for clarity on that same issue, Madam CEO, this question, you are allocated 42 million. And to my understanding, the 42 million was specifically for the NCYS. But you came here and introduced an item of other operating expenses of 16 million. You went ahead and introduced another item of general administration of 3 million. So, the issue that is being raised by the honorable members, who authorized you to introduce an item of other operating expenses? And what are these other operating expenses?
Thank you, Chair. Which year are we talking about?
If I'm not wrong, it is
23-24.
Yes.
In 23-24, according to the budget, we were given 42 million. This 42 million was for paying salaries and wages and for running the program. Just before the program ended, there was 10 million, around 10 million, 849,500 that was paid as wages. In that same year, the supplementary reallocated 11 million. So we were left with 18,500. That is the money that I got when I came into office. And that is the money that we went in circles debating until we agreed that we paid to GRG 10 million out of that money, 6 million be used to continue to pay for the wages of the staff that we introduced, and 2 million be used for office operations. That is what I can say about that financial year 23-24.
Madam CEO, there is a mixed up there. You've indicated here other operating expenses of 16,223,194. You went ahead and introduced another item of general administration. Through your submission, I have not heard you talking about the 3 million.
Which million? Which 3 million, Chair?
I think what is here in our documents,
which financial year is that, Chair?
23-24.
And Honorable Chair.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Perhaps as she checks, while in the course of this committee, Honorable Chair, issues came up about this. And of course, we don't have the director who is of interest. I would want to request, because there are allegations that this is a cash cow, Honorable Chair, and you are aware of that. In order for us to get to the bottom of it and exonerate these servants, is it possible, besides the M-Pesa statement, we get the bank statement, so that we will also know, we will agree with them. An officer of her caliber may be okay to use 3 million for administration.
Honorable
can be
Bay,
okay, who knows?
On our request to the department, we had requested that they submit the bank statement and the M-Pesa statement.
Chair,
That is the reason why I didn't allow the director. I ruled that we are not going to engage the director because of non-compliance. Yeah. So I think this issue, I want to request honorable members on this issue, because the director will be coming back here and they will be coming together with the CEC and the CEO. I want to request that let us postpone this issue to be interrogated further when the director will be here.
We had also requested on the same NYCIS, we had requested for requisition of the same, so that.
Okay, maybe Waziri, together with the CEO, you will provide us with the details for the requisition of the same amount.
Noted.
During our next meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So let us proceed, honorable members.
Chair.
Honorable Bridget.
I have a question. With regards to Koitalel Samoe Mausoleum, you refer Annex 22 BQs cannot be traced. Can you verify the memorandum submitted by witness proof otherwise? Remember, they allocate 2 million for renovation.
Madam CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, in as much as I'm aware, is that 1 million, Nandi Hills had a budget of 1 million for renovation. What we wrote in there is because there was a combination of renovation of Nandi Hills Stadium, renovation of Koitalel Samoe Mausoleum, and the BQs are here.
So the chair.
So that Nandi Hills Mausoleum, through the chair, the budget was 684 that was spent for renovation, and the balance out of that 2 million, which is around 1,430,000, was used for renovation of the stadium. But then there was an error in reporting that 2 million was put in, all lumped in Koitalel Samoe.
Honorable, Madam CEO.
Chair,
can you...
In the M&E report, it is indicating 1 million meant for renovation Koitalel. They are very specific in the report, in the M&E report.
No, honorable member, the report that we are using is the report that they submitted. So if there is any mistake, it is them to blame of submitting 2 different items. Same item, but 2 different information. Maybe, Honorable Madam CEO, I would like you to, do we have the tender documents for Koitalel Samoe?
Yes, Chair.
Mausoleum?
Yes, we have.
The ICT team, please, can you project the Mausoleum of Koitalel Samoe?
Chair, can she confirm the figure that was allocated for renovation?
Through the chair, 1 million was put in the budget after supplementary 2.
Particularly Koitalel.
Yes, Koitalel, Nandi Hills, Koitalel, supplementary 2.
Renovation is 1 million?
Yes.
Thank you.
Then we also have photos to the effect of the works that were done in Koitalel. Through the chair, if you allow us, we will need to project what was done at Koitalel, because remember it's 1 year down the line. So allow us to project ours, then you project what is happening now.
Which financial year was that?
23-24.
23-24 is when you carried out the renovation.
Yeah.
1 year. When was it?
Last year.
Oh, thank you.
The ICT team, can you proceed to project the Koitalel Samoe Mausoleum? The one from the ADO committee. So, Madam CEO, what was the scope of work in Koitalel Samoe renovation?
Through the chair, the scope of works was to renovate the roof. We have paint works. We have the flooring. The flooring was done. Those houses were done. The gate was done. And I think we also have proof for that. We have our own photos of when the works were continuing.
Before you prove you as chair,
yes,
let me have a look at the roof. You know, I'm looking at 1 year down the line and the roof, the current state of the roof. Could you
we did not
please?
replace the roof through the chair. We
You've
could
said
not
the
replace.
roof. You've said the roof.
No, what we only did was to do ceilings. It was just leaking roof, the leaking roof. Repair the leaking roof. That is what is in the BQ.
Leaking roof, just a project.
Project the leaking roof.
That is the leaking roof.
But through the chair, when you repair a roof with this rain, the kind of rains that we are having here in Nandi, when you just do a repair of a roof, 3 months down the line, it will be leaking already. But there is evidence of work
Madam
that was
CEO,
done
Madam CEO, you are
through the chair.
misleading
I'm sorry.
us. You are misleading us. You cannot say when you repair a roof, 3 months down the line, it is leaking, unless the works were not done.
Chair, look at the door.
And
Chair.
by the way, honorable member, order. What does it mean when you say you repair the roof? Are you repairing the roof for it to leak after 3 months?
Through the chair, one thing first of all that I need to explain through the chair is that the mausoleum is not mandate of the county government. The county government only signed an MOU with the national government,
Chair,
and that is why we cannot construct the toilet.
Chair, accuracy of facts. You cannot run away from the responsibility and the money that you've pumped into a project and say it's not the responsibility of the county government. You've already pumped the resources and you must account for those resources.
Through the chair, I'm not refusing to take accountability over that. And that is why I said, can we project what we did before you project what you went to see?
Before you
because you see,
chair.
through the chair, you cannot tell me that you want 1 year down the line and it is a renovation.
Chair.
It was not.
Chair, just
yes, Honorable.
While the CEO is talking, he is mention of the MOU signed between Koitalel Samoe and the county. Is she able to furnish us with the MOU?
Through the chair, I did not say an MOU between the county and the Koitalel Samoe. I said
Chair, it is
the
in
county and the Kenya Museums of Kenya. That is the MOU that we have. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, before she projects the renovation, just project the door inside the mausoleum. I've just looked at the door. I don't know if 1 year the door can be in such a state. Where is the door? Just project the door. Can a renovation of a door in a span of 1 year be in such a condition?
Through the chair, that door must have been vandalized because you can see it. It had paint and now it doesn't have the paint. Where did the paint go?
Let me, Chair, let
Honorable
me ask a
Keter.
question. Yeah. When were you there last? Have you ever visited there of late?
I visited through the chair.
When?
Remember when, because that is home.
Okay, Chair, I've heard CEO saying it is not the responsibility of the county government of Nandi to bump resources to the mausoleum. So, do you mean you will take the responsibility for pumping or for reallocating the money to the wrong place?
Through the chair, thank you, Honorable Member. What I said was that the county government has signed an MOU to partner with the museum, and that is why you can put in a little resources to support the museum through the MOU.
So you mean you don't even take the value for the money because you have said, regardless, because you have signed the MOU with the national government or the Koitalel?
Through the chair, I think that is not what I said. I did not say something like that, Honorable Member.
Chair, through the chair, Madam Chief Officer, do you see any value of 1 million in that kind of investment? Do you see any value for 1 million? Could you kindly please let them project, we see the value of that 1 million she's telling us?
Honorable members, let me allow the projection of their version so that we have a comparison of the same. The ICT team, can you project the...
Let them tell us the specific time that they were doing renovation, whether August last year, October last year, or July last year.
Around the, through the chair, around Koitalel Samoei celebrations, which was late September, early October. That's what I'm saying, that through the chair, that renovation was done for the purpose of the Koitalel celebrations that was supposed to take place but did not take place. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I think there is a possibility that another officer might be required, because you remember the elders mentioned that somebody else was in the ground and they named him. So maybe it would have been useful if they had come with him. But I thought it should be clear to the two officers along with the director that just before you came in, we had a long conversation with the elders from the Talai clan or Koitalel Samoei family, and they confirmed on oath that whatever work was done was minimal, if any. And they were elders. Are you contradicting what they had to say?
Through the chair, as it were, the works that were done at Koitalel Samoei went through any normal procurement process. There was an engineer in site.
But that's not the question I've asked, CEO.
Yep.
I'm just saying the elders were here and they told us that according to them,
works were not done.
There was very little. They even gave a figure of 50,000 max, according to them. Are you contradicting what they say they told us?
Through the chair, I will contradict, because even when you look at a car, a brand new car that is outside there, and it has been knocked down and you're told that this is the value, you will say no. But the only person that can give us the value is, according to us, the engineer, who gave the BQ to the effect of the works that were supposed to be done at Koitalel. And I've requested the chair to project the works that were done during that time so that we can compare and ascertain and say, yes, works were done, or works were not done, before we listen. Because any layman can say that they saw you and you had a torn shirt, and to you that was your best shirt. Thank you, Honorable
Thank you, Chair.
I think the ICT
before the ICT,
yes,
Chair,
Honorable
Chair.
Keter.
Let me ask you, Chief Officer, Did you involve them when making this picture? As did you discuss with those elderly people for Koitalel Samoa, or you are doing it to your own time? Did you consult any? Were they aware that you want to do renovation for them?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, as far as I'm concerned, so many meetings took place. We will provide the evidence of the meetings, the photos, and the meetings that took place between the department and those and our wazees of Talai. I don't know if we are aware that there was a difference. They had differences between the family and Talai during that Koitalel Samoe celebrations, and that is the main reason why that event did not take place, because the family are saying we own this particular event, it is ours, and Talai is just part of the clan. And there were so many conversations that went into that, which we can produce evidence to that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
So did you work with the Talai's family or the clan?
Let us not confuse Talai and Kapsamoe. There is a very big difference between the Koitalel's family, which is Kapsamoe, and the Talai community. That is what we need to note. And the reason why we've had many challenges in culture is because there is a rift. And when Waziri Tai in the previous government was here, he tried we had many meetings trying to harmonize the two, the family and this. And last year, the family took a stand and said, we are no longer involved with the Talai. The family is who are going to do the event. But then, even as we did earlier on, we continued planning the event as it were. Because we thought that this time, now that it is a combination of culture and sports, we wanted to make it bigger. But we received a letter from them saying that, to this effect, we want the Koitalel to remain a memorial service for the hero. Thank you very much.
Honorable members.
So that I can understand, you see, you have given me an explanation about between the both. I've just asked you, did you work with the Koitalel or do you work with the Samoe's family? Which one did you work closely when you were doing this renovation?
We worked closely through the chair with the family, Cap Samoe family.
Noted.
Thank you very much.
And Madam CEO, before you went for the works, did you engage the family? Because they were here before you came in. They were here, and did you engage them on the kind of renovation that you wanted to undertake at the mausoleum?
Chair, Honorable Chair, as far as when I looked at the people that were here, there was no family member. The only family member that the family have clarified that he is not family is Sulo. The rest are Talai elders. And the family is very distinct. Kaburu Council of Elders, in a meeting most recently, were invited so that they can understand the difference between the Talai and Kapsamoe family. And that is something that through the chair, the chairperson or the chair of culture committee, when we formed the LOC, we were in the process of inviting the committee so that they could also understand where the rift was coming in.
Okay, thank you. Maybe the ICT team, are you ready with the projection from the department?
Chair, and maybe the CEC could help us. What's the difference? Maybe you can take us a little bit in 1 minute or so. What's the difference between these two? Whatever we are calling community and the family. What's the difference? What the CEO said about Talai and Kapsamoe, what's the difference? Who are these? Tell us.
The difference that came out very clear was that the Kapsamoe owned the event. And they took
No, that's not the issue. I'm asking, are they different families? Is there something, what is the difference between what she's saying? Talai and community and Kapsamoy, what's the difference?
Maybe let me allow her to explain.
No, but I've asked you, CEC, why are you ducking the question?
Let me be very honest that.
Okay, let
okay.
Maybe
Waziri, let me protect you. Let us just proceed.
No, allow me to clarify something.
You want
so
to clarify, and let me believe that you will clarify to its finality.
Okay.
I had opted to protect you.
Thank you for protecting.
Okay. The ICT team project the whole. Okay, maybe I will pose a question to the Madam CEO. Does that kind of work correspond with the value of money?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As far as I'm concerned, there was a BQ to that effect that was given by the engineer. And that is the BQ that we used to request for quotation, which was amounting to 684,000.
My question
to me, it is, because they are talking, the biggest chunk of money went into paint work. And in paint work, they did skimming. They removed the old, what do we call the old? They did not just apply. So they skimmed and then put new paint, both inside and outside.
Madam CEO, did you personally visit when the works were ongoing?
I did, and that is why I have those photos.
A very basic question. At one time, I happened to have lived in a grass thatch house, I think 1994, 93. A grass thatch house can run even for 20 years. Look at the current state of the grass thatch house that was last done 1 year ago. That one does not require any input from the engineer to get to know when this thing was done. I don't know whether that grass was placed and taken away, surely.
Maybe also
because the grass that appears is very old. It has worn out. Sorry, Mrs. Chief Officer, that one is not within 1 year, unless those grass were brought and taken away. If you look at the current state of that grass thatch house, and I can tell you for a fact, a grass thatch house can run even for 20 years without any interference, unless there was any interference.
Through the chair, I may not be in a position to talk about grass thatched houses, but when you look at that, works were done according to the engineer's estimate. It might not have been done according to you, but you can see that there was grass. But then I don't know how we can explain the type of grass in the BQ.
Thank you, Thank you, Honorable Madam CEO. I think, Honorable members, let us, the issue of Koitalel Moselium, let us have it rest there. Let us proceed to the next question.
But Chair,
yes,
as you conclude on Koitalel Samoe, if indeed there are two things that we need. There was this that they were sitting here. It happened that I know Goyoki is from the family of Kapsamoe. That one, it has to come up clearly. The Goyoki, the halter man, it is from the family of Kapsamoe. And now you are contradicting and saying this. None of them, they were from same family. Goyoki and even the Chamu is from the same family. So we had two members of that, apart from the chairman, who is calling the Talai community. So we had two members of the family from the Samoe family. So that one has to come out clearly. And for clearance of doubt, Chair, we were seeing the renovation at 2 million. So in this case, the Honorable CEO is talking of 680, 1 million. So indeed, if it is 1 million and below, compared to what it is showing there, at least we reserve our comment for the next. The other
Chair, okay.
If you can allow me, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Tarbi.
Yeah, I have a question. When the men from the Samoe family were presenting, Chair, I want to pick from what the Honorable Altim asked. You know, this is not any other project we are dealing in the county. It's a project that has cultural values. The CEO has confirmed that indeed the Samoe family wrote a letter that they want to delink themselves from the county government. So when you did these renovations, do you receive the letter from them?
Through the chair, when we were doing the renovations, we had not received the letter from them. We were planning for the celebrations as usual. Because during the celebrations as usual, we sometimes get guests. Like the previous year, we had the deputy president who was here. And last year was actually going to be big because we wanted to combine culture and sports. So the planning meeting started all the way from June, where we were to have the Talanta Ella. You remember we had the Talanta Ella tournaments that had just started from the community, and we were going to do the finals during the Koitalel Samoe celebrations. So we wanted to make it big, involve partners, look for resources and things like that. Then just when in October, we are just slapped with a letter, PAP, that we are not interested. So we wrote a letter back to them and asked them, can we kindly understand why you don't want us to have that event? So we had a big meeting in King Solomon's where the family came and we addressed those issues, and they stuck to their stand.
Noted, Chair. So, Chair, my question is, when the elders were presenting here, they told us themselves that the grass touch house, they constructed it themselves, not the national, because it is a kind of symbolic. I think the answer is still, they captured it. And they say they constructed the grass touch house. That's why it's becoming a challenge for the CEO to give a PQ of the grass touch house, because we cannot ascertain the PQ. That's why, you know, it beats logic whether you consulted them, because they were saying the national government during the back time funded the Musil, the one with the stone bill. But the grass touch house is symbolic and cultural. That's why they constructed themselves. So I was wondering how you went ahead and renovated the grass touch house. I think you should have consulted them, so that if in case there is a matter of roofing, because these are matters cultures and we cannot dictate how should it be done, unless we have a different clarification on this.
Through the chair, honorable member, I want to assure you, through a meeting that was taken through King Solomon's, all those discussions were made. But then something came up where they said that in the eve of the celebration of Koitalel Samoe, normally there are some rites that are being done, or there are some things that are done at night that are not known to us. And the family said that should come to an end. And when you look at the BQs that we gave, it has nothing to do with that. What we only did for them was just to make that house look better, which was something that we involved them. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, honorable members, I think for more, the other part left will be for the committee during the report writing session.
Honorable Chair, I just
So
want
maybe,
I seek your indulgence. Since over the years, things have happened around Koitalel, could the officers maybe furnish this committee what the county government has spent so far, even including all the other years? Not right now, you may not have, but could you, because you might come back with the other gentleman, because there was an allegation that some other monies might have been spent. So could you maybe furnish this committee with the money spent on those celebrations and anything around Koitalel by the county government?
So, Chair, now that you have dispensed that, allow me to ask a question on the branding, entry signatures, and metallic portraits at Kipchoge Complex. In the report from the department, it was budgeted 2 million, and I think what I want to know is whether the same was budgeted in the financial year, because according to our reports, the same was not budgeted. So can the department confirm the same?
Through the chair,
Madam CEO, before even you answer that question by Honorable Tarbey, there is a question that you've not answered on the issue of the postponement of the equipment of a gym. It was asked by Honorable Sum, and I have not heard if you have answered that question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. When I was about to answer that question, I think there are so many questions that have come through, and we were about to forget that. That was a question asked by Honorable, our Chair, as Silas. Let me explain. Money that was allocated to Eliud Kipchoge in 23-24 was 8 million. In the previous year, there had been allocated 8 million, which 4 million was removed during supplementary, leaving works in progress at 3 million for the gym. So works that we have tendered out is 4,900,000 because we borrowed 1 million from the 8 million that had been given. Remember the term for Eliud Kipchoge, what we're trying to do is to operationalize the facility. The 8 million that we were given was for operationalizing first floor and also helping Eliud Kipchoge like have a face. That is what we decided. But in lump sum, we were given 8 million to do that. So we are operationalizing the building from up, because the previous year they had done the boardroom, and then they did curtains, and then they did rooms. So what was left was the offices upstairs. That is why we are buying furniture for 3 million to operationalize upstairs and be able to give service delivery to the people. In second floor, we have the conference facility. The conference facility had everything, but it was lacking just a few furniture, a few things which we did, and the branding where we have put the photos through the stairs, trying to just make that place look good so that when we are having meetings, at least it looks presentable. And as far as it is, I think that is the only project that is fully operational. There are meetings there every day that can be attested by the members.
Honorable Chair, I thought your question was on the gym.
Chair.
The question of the gym, I was answering his question of 8 million, of the 8 million first. The one of the gym is that if we would have bought gym equipment, the room was very dark. And the floor, the floor of that place is still in tiles. You all know that a gym, there is no way we can have a gym with a tiles floor. You have to put rubber in it. You have to light it before you bring the gym equipment. If we would have prioritized gym equipment, then they would just be lying there at a waste. It wouldn't have been used. So, because we wanted to operationalize the facility, then we had to seek the engineer's advice, and the engineer's advice was we begin with the floor, then we do the gypsum, and then the mirrors, the cabinets, and then now we bring in the gym equipment. Thank you.
Chair, just want to confirm that figure that was meant for the gym installation. What did you reallocate that money for?
Chair, we did not reallocate that money. It still remains money for the gym, because 3,999 from the financial year was brought into this. That 8 million that was used for operationalization, it got 1 million so that it is able to complete all the works and now equip the gym and make it useful. Then the rest now, we have used it to operationalize the first floor, the second floor, and the outside.
The money that was meant for gym was not reallocated for gypsum, right?
Through the chair, when we talk about a gym, there are so many components of a gym.
Madam CEO, for clarity, Have you contracted the equipping of the gym?
Have Chair.
When was it?
This financial year.
When?
Somewhere around, I can't confirm, but I'll bring the award letter with the documents that you have requested so that I can confirm the date.
Has the contractor proceeded to do the works?
The contractor has started with the gypsum. The gypsum is ready. He wants to do the rubber, and then we can bring in a few equipment to make the place operational.
According to your documents, Madam CEO, the award letter for the gym was done way back on 8th of March 2024. So it is now 7 months down the line. Are you not contravening the Procurement Act?
We have already, Chair, we have already written a letter to the contractor because his contract, we gave him a notice.
Gave him a notice of what?
Chair.
Gave him a notice because he came to site,
Chair.
did gypsum works, and then has not reported to site again since then.
Chair.
What was the contract period? Because you issued the award on 8th of March.
Chair, contract period and the scope of work.
Yes, you issued. In fact, this is a document that have been sent by you, and I want to read the items that you contracted. Letter of notification of award, supply of delivery, and installation of gym equipment. This is to notify you that the contract under the above mentioned quotation has been awarded to you at a total of 4,920,300. Please acknowledge receipt of this letter of notification, signing your acceptance. So, Honorable CEO, the gym, you awarded a contract of 4.9 million.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Chair, could she clarify, is it the same contractor? Because I've heard her talking about gypsum and then talk about gym. Is it the same contractor?
Through the Chair, Honorable Member, it is the same contractor.
Nelcon Holdings.
Doing both works and then finally supply the equipment.
Question, Honorable Madam CEO. From March 8th to date, those works have not been done.
The gypsum has been done, Chair.
Now, I think the works were supposed to be done wholesomely, if I'm not wrong.
Chair, the works were supposed to be done wholesomely, but the contractor, after taking the award letter, reported to site, started the works, and that is why I've said that we served him with a notice that his time was expiring, yet he had not completed the job according to the agreement.
But 7 months down the line, are you not contravening the Procurement Act?
And can she confirm if there is any payment that has been made on the same before the notice was issued?
Through the Chair, no payment has been made.
What about the issue of contravening the Procurement Act?
Chair,
when do you have
when his contract expired, just before his contract expired, we served him with a notice, which I've requested you to allow us to bring the letter of notice and the response of the contractor.
When was the contract expiring?
Chair, allow me not to give dates because I don't want to make another grievous mistake of giving the dates. Let's confirm from the documents, so if you can allow me that.
When will you supply those documents?
I will supply by tomorrow 9 a.m.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, did she confirm that it's the same contractor for the two contracts?
Honorable Chair, it's not two contracts. It's only the BQ that describes what the contractor will do.
So it was supposed to be done in phases?
No, Chair. No. Through the Chair, Honorable Member, it's a no, because once you have been given a BQ that has, the BQ has works and what is supposed to be supplied, which is
What
very minimal.
was the method of procurement used?
Request for quotation, because it was works.
Is it?
The gypsum, the mirrors, the flooring, the rubber flooring, and then it had the wardrobes, and then the changing rooms.
So you are suggesting that when it is works, you cannot use competitive bidding?
Works below 5 million, you can use request for quotation if it is works.
Could you then?
Okay.
But if it is supply of goods,
for
it is 3
clarity,
million.
members, you know, as we proceed, things are unfolding here.
As you asked, she has said it was through RFQs. Could she provide the companies that was that had bidded through RFQs and their quotations?
And then secondly, Madam CEO, the document with us here, fully equipped by ultra-modern fitness and physiotherapy at Kapsabet. The budgeted amount was 8 million, change in scope of work. There are no change of scope of work. That is the information from the department. The end goal is to have a fully equipped ultramodern fitness physiotherapy center and cafeteria through continuous operationalization of the project in phases. Attached here, Annex 13, 2022 and 2024, 2023, 2024, award letter and BQs for works tender for parallelization, 1 million shillings gym works and equipment, then 3 million for branding, 3 million for furniture, and then signages and portraits, 1 million. So is it not contradicting your earlier statement?
Chair, it is not contradicting at all. What I explained was, in the financial year, they named the project fully equipped. And that is where the problem was when the report came back, that why are you saying fully equipped, yet it is not fully equipped. You cannot fully equip a facility like that with 8 million. And what I explained was that there was 8 million that we had been given to do a gym, but then during supplementary, there was a reallocation of 4 million. So we were left with 3,999,000. When we were given in the new year 23-24, 8 million to operationalize, we took 1 million, added to what was given in the supplementary to make it 5 million for the gym. Then the rest, we used it to operationalize the upstairs, and then the second floor and outside, as explained.
Okay, honorable members, let us proceed. Honorable
Yes.
Mosby.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask about the pit latrine. We all know the pit latrine and the way it is. It was stated in their report that it was donor funded. I think the pit latrine, honorable members, you know it, especially the male honorable members. The pit latrine where there is some tap there that is running throughout, it is pouring water. So you have to scoop water in order to use it. And now the question is, how was 835,400 budgeted for the same in this financial year 2022-2023? Secondly, Chair, so that they can combine, is about the much talked about Kapsisi's safe house. You know, before I went there, with a team that went there, I thought it was a marvel, but I don't know if the ICT have pictures, but the team can describe to us how this Kapsisi's safe house is. as we speak now?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll start with question number 1. For clarification, Honorable Member, the toilet that you have there was a contractor's toilet. That one the department did not construct. The one that we have been using on the sides. The toilet that we were talking about is the one that you have seen coming up somewhere at the corner. Kule, when you look at the corner, there's a toilet that is coming up. And we were to budget for that toilet in this financial year. But we had a partner that had requested to offer a construction of a toilet which requested for that BQ. So the toilet that is coming up will be purely sponsored by a sponsor. But the toilet that we have currently that we are using was constructed by the contractor for it to be able to serve. The 800 that you're talking about, they wanted to construct, you remember when sports was in the other end. So sports decided to move to the construction site. And when they move to the construction site, you cannot use the county resources to construct another toilet when the contractor is still on site. So that is why that 800 just disappeared like that, because as we speak, the contractor is still in site, so we cannot construct a new toilet. So what is coming up at the corner is what is going to be a donation. Thank you.
Madam CEO, where are the funds? The 800,000.
800, the 800 was factored in procurement. So in the next year, we could not budget for the same because we were still in a construction site. So when they were moving to that construction site, they could not build a toilet. So that money, when the financial year ended, it just disappeared like that. Because we could not budget in the new year. Remember, we are still in a construction site, even as it were.
Chair. CEC, the Safe House, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, Kapsisiwa was an old space that we requested to be, we requested the hospital to give us that space so that we can renovate and create a safe space. When gender issues of sex and gender-based violence started, Kapsisiwa is a project that has been budgeted for the last, I think, 3 or 4 years. Every time we budget it in supplementary, it goes. But then this year we were lucky to get that old space where we could renovate. And I think the works, as it were, are stated very clearly in the BQ. When I last visited, the contractor had just reported to the site. And I haven't gone there since then. I've gone there, I think, only twice. And what we are trying to do is push the contractor to come and complete the renovation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, I have a question
concerning
the fabrication of the office container. Was it budgeted for?
Chair, it was budgeted for. It was budgeted for. I have the budget here. I think it is. First of all, it was budgeted for as a combined element, but then it became clearer in the 23-24 where we have 1 million for the container and 1 million for the toilet.
Okay, maybe honorable members, I would like to take you back to Nandils, where we have the Nandils Stadium, and we had visited, and the CEO has confirmed that the 2 million that was indicated in the Koitalel Samoe Mausoleum were to be shared between Koitalel Samoe and the Nandils. So can you please give us the BQ for the Nandils Stadium? Honorable Madam CEO, why are your BQs not signed?
This one that I have here is a personal copy, but then we can avail the official copy.
How can we rely on these personal copies? I thought we had it should be an official document.
Chair, it was not one of the documents that we had been asked to provide, but I requested and said that any other further documents that you want us to provide tomorrow by 9 o'clock, we should be able to give you the documents.
Now, in your BQ, renovation works for stadium and washrooms, it costed 1,134,500. But in your report that you supplied to this house, the scope of work is varying from what is being, now here, Nandils, the proposed construction of Nandils Stadium stands terracing phase 4. Excavation, foundation and terraces, hardcore parking, concrete, blinding reinforcement of strip foundation, plaster to wall, dance, creeding. The budgeted amount was 3 million. Contracted sum, according to your document, 2,851,600. In the financial year 2018-2019, the contracted tender number was awarded as by the attached peak. However, the contractor upon request for partial payment, the works were quantified by the engineer as per the attached certificate of payment. So, and you approved 1,561,600, and the balances were 1,290,000 was budgeted in 2022-2023. Works in progress. Now, Madam CEO, were the works at Nandil Stadium done?
Allow me to clarify that, Chair.
Yes.
When I came into office, there was a project that had been awarded to a contractor for Nandi Hills worth 2.8 something to do the terraces for phase 3. But apparently, the contractor never reported on site. He came, did works that when we sent the engineer and the team to go and measure, it was coming to a total of around 1.5. So the engineer made a certificate for for partial payment for that contractor. And when the payment was approved for payment, it could not be paid because 1.5 got into the IB and bounced back. So then we were left in the next financial year because we were anticipating that he will come back and finish the works, but which he did not. So that project was not paid completely because in the subsequent year, his balance was 1,290,000, which we were supposed to pay him, but then the contractor did not report back to site. So as it is, Nandi Hills, 2.8 has not been paid to any contractor. It stands as it were. Now, this is a story. Last year, when we wanted to do Koitalel Samoei celebrations, we were to do the finals in Nandi Hills, tukimalizia Taito. That was the Talanta Hela. Before now, the family said that that event will not kick off. So in preparation, we had a meeting. We had a meeting that involved finance, procurement, everybody, because we wanted to do that. We wanted to make that event big. So during the meeting, it transpired that then Nandi Hills is in a very pathetic state. And that is when a resolution was passed that Nandi Hills be renovated. But then, at the back of our minds, we knew that there was 1.29 that was still in the budget, and there was the 1 million from the mausoleum, which would renovate the mausoleum, and this 1.28 would act as, when you combine the two, you'd still get that 2.118 so new works were tendered out, which was now the painting, the toilets, renovation of the track, and that, while the one that, the terracing, that one was not touched and not paid. Thank you.
The construction of the toilet was done under the 1.3.
The 1.5, what we only did in last year was to just make them, was to renovate them because they were done. They were done by the contractor, but then by the time we wanted to do the event, they were in a pathetic state.
Renovated the toilets?
We renovated the toilets.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about now the first contractor who built the toilets? Have you paid?
We have not paid him.
And the second one?
The second one we have not paid. None of them has been paid.
So whom are you going to prioritize for payment?
We will prioritize the first one because already his works had been measured at 1.5. And that is what we intend to budget.
Can we have the projection of Nandi Stadium? When were you there last?
We cannot hear.
Could you kindly let it run slowly?
Oh, sorry. These are gadgets we don't always use. So I was there for an event with the deputy governor, and I can't remember the month very well, but I can check to confirm.
What about the CEO?
I was there most recently as when we were planning for that event. That was
When?
Last year around September.
Last year, September.
Yeah.
So
I
it
was
is
there
1 year.
this year myself.
1 year down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, honorable members, do you have issues touching on that? The director?
So thank you, Honorable Chair. As it has been stated, we renovated Nandi Hills Stadium towards the climax of Talanta Hela competition, of which it never picked because of the request by...
Maybe the question is just when was he last there, Honorable Chair?
I was there last month. Yes, last
September?
Yes.
How did you saw the state of that stadium?
The state of Nandi Hills Stadium, based on the current the current status, is not good. Why I'm saying it's not good?
That's fair enough.
Yeah. Because what we were anticipating during the Talanta Hela competition is, one, we wanted to have the competition held at two venues. One was Taito and at the stadium. So we requested the engineer to visit the site. And when he visited the site, we requested him to work on 4 particular areas. One, we had the ablution block, which had been completely vandalized. There was nothing completely that had been vandalized. Then we requested him to do the track. The athletes from Nandi Hills had complained. They lacked somewhere to do their practice. Then another request area was to do the pavilion. So normally, before our visit, we had some street boys who used to go to the pavilion. In fact, they used to sleep even in that pavilion. It had been, I can say it was in a sorry state. Then, as per the BQ, the contractor was instructed to do the metallic door to prevent anybody going inside, because they used to dump waste inside the pavilion. So a metallic door was made, and then painting was done. That was close, I think, 1 year ago. And then apart from that,
Can you, Director, is that a sign of a painted works? Just look on the other screen, the screen.
So
that door was mounted and no painting was done.
In fact, that
That
one,
is why even it has rusted.
in fact, that one was not even in the BQ. And the engineer instructed the contractor to fix it as extra works because we realized that it was an issue. The street boys used to go and sleep there overnight.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
It is true, it could be possible that such a thing was not in the works. But you know, earlier on in the morning, it's possible to vary. And when you talk about an engineer instructing, how is it done?
So
how is it done? Who authorizes such things?
So
which engineer are you talking about, first of all?
We have a project manager. Normally, once a project is earmarked for construction, normally we talk to the public works. They give us a project manager.
So is it Mwale?
A clerk of works who will ensure that work is done as per the BQ. So when the contractor requested that, now I want you to come and access what I've done. When we went round together with the engineers and the project committee members, we noted the issue. And the contractor at certain point was hesitant making that, that metallic door. But because it was through the instruction of the engineer, he said he will take it upon the instruction by the engineer so that it is treated as extra work through the process that it will undergo for approval.
But who would authorize normally? That is the. Are you talking? Which engineer are you talking about? By the way, who is he?
No, we had a project manager by the name of Mwale.
So Mwale, who is a national government?
No, he's a county staff.
So he's a county staff.
Yes.
And he's allowed to make alterations.
Not even alterations, eh? It was extra works.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. I will suggest that we proceed. Yes. We still have 2 items to cover. One is on personal emoluments, and the other issue is about the sports complex. And maybe before we go to personal emoluments.
I have a question, Chair.
Oh, okay. Honorable Bridget.
Yes, dealing with people with disability, we are missing the important thing here. Okay, my question is with respect to development of the people with disability database, was the database finally procured? If yes, can you verify? And you give us the current status.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, that database has not been procured simply because we are still in consultation with the national government, and we have also placed an intent to the department, to the head of supply chain, to give us the best method for procuring the database. Because you see, it's a system, and procuring a system has not been provided for in the Act. So it still poses a challenge when it comes to procuring it. And as it were, we have given an intent to the Office of the Head of Supply Chain to also carry out a research, because we didn't want to make an error bringing in a system and then later on we find a challenge when it comes to procurement. But the money is still there. We will capture it even in this financial year, because data, as you know, is something very important, especially for people living with disability. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, on this question, could they clarify? I mean, they are the users. Is she suggesting that the procurement people who just know how to follow the law know what the system is? Who is the expert in as far as the database is concerned? And then so that I don't speak again, you know, you've talked about money disappearing. I think I've heard you saying it disappearing around 3 times. And I've not understood how it disappears. Maybe you really need to explain to us how it disappears. I'm getting the feeling that it disappears like into a bush. The question is, this money has also not disappeared. And when money disappears like that, if this committee was to conclude that you allow money projects to lapse so that the money can disappear and pay other less priority things, would we be right? And I would wish that both of you answer this question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The money for the database will not disappear because we are going to capture it under works in progress. And yes, we are actually the ones that need that database like no other. But it will be no logic to have a system that still has gaps. That is why we have to consult widely on the kind of system that will actually help this county. Because once we have acquired that database, then it means it has to be like a going concern that even at the moment when we will not be in this county, it should be able to serve the people living with disability. And then the idea of money lapsing is that it is not that we enjoy money lapsing, but sometimes when during the budget making process, resources are scarce, and sometimes you have to put it into projects that are of more priority. That is, if that money is not captured in the works in progress. Like the key example that we gave was the 2 million that was meant for maintenance. There was no point of budgeting it again, yet you can see that the field is now up and running. I mean, it is just basic mowing at the end of the month because the field is now good enough. So there's no point again of budgeting that money in the next financial year.
But Honorable Chair, I think that's very contradictory because you said you budgeted for maintenance when there was a contractor doing the works. Now, when the field is ready and requires mowing and all that maintenance, you remove. Am I getting it clearly? Because when do you require maintenance? When the field is ready or before?
Through the chair, in the consequent year, yes, we require maintenance. That is something that we absolutely require, the maintenance. But the beauty is, issues to do with maintenance are normally captured in the recurrent budget. So you don't need to budget it again under development, because the only reason why it appeared in development initially was because we were not sure that that field, nyasi itamea ishikane, so that it becomes what it is now. But for now, we can maintain it under maintenance in the recurrent budget.
Maybe Chair. I can add through the chair that during that time we had a lot of weeding to be done because the grass was just coming up then. And then there was a lot of infilling. So, but now the CEO is right to say, now that the grass has grown and is now like a carpet, now it's just mowing that is to be done.
I think, Honorable Chair, our friend, our CEC is also contradicting themselves. They talked about a drought. Now they said during that time there was so much weeds coming up, and in fact the CEO at some point even said that is the reason why there was leakage in the mausoleum, because there was too much rain. I don't know which one is which, really, honestly.
Now,
are you just trying to fish for answers?
No, through the chair, this is real. It was on the ground. In fact, because of the many deaths during that time, I talked about infilling. The many deaths. Of course, the drought was not the whole year. But there was a period when it was dry, and even the director will attest to the same and will even confirm that we had to, at some stage, they had even to replant. They had to even put fresh seed of that paspalum so that it could now come up again, because they had died, birds had eaten part of the seeds and so on. So the maintenance at that time was intense.
Okay, honorable members, I wish that we proceed We still have two items, and I want
Chair,
to
one
request
last
that
and
we
very
take-
important question that
Okay.
I forgot in regard to landscaping and beautification of Kipchoge. Could the CEO and CEC tell us, was it tendered? And if it were, who was awarded the tender of landscaping and beautification of the Kipchoge Stadium?
Through the chair, thank you, Honorable Member. That tender was awarded. It is completed. We paid the first phase last year with the balance of 800,000 that you're seeing that was hanging paid this year. We had to rebudget that 800,000 and pay him in this financial year. It was given to a company called CMAX something, I think.
Okay.
I can't remember the name clearly, but we could get the award later.
So thank you. Chair, there was some issues that at some point in time, county machines were used for the same works. Was there any county machines used for landscaping?
Through the chair, I'm not aware because we awarded the contract to the contractor and it was his responsibility. We did not interfere with how he was doing his work. So personally, I'm not aware of any county machinery that did works at Eliud Kipchoge unless it is ESA, but I'm not aware. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honorable members.
What about the CEC and the director on that question about use of county machinery?
I wouldn't deviate because we awarded the contract. Now we gave the contractor the mandate to carry out the works. Now when executing this contract, we never saw any machine, and I cannot say we are aware. We are not aware of any.
So thank you, Honorable Member. Through the chair, I want to confirm what my CEC and my chief officer said, that indeed upon awarding the tender to the person who won the tender, we never interfered with where he got the machinery, but I'm not even aware whether the county machinery were used.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Maybe we shall proceed to the next item. Madam CEO, what was the actual contract sum for the sports complex, Eliud Kipchoge?
The actual contracted sum was 53 million for, just allow me to confirm with you. Sorry, there are so many. You can answer that. Let's see. The actual was phase 2. Phase 2 was 51 million 182 550.
What about phase 1?
Phase 1. Imechanganyikana. Umepata? Sema. But this one was, this is just the monies that are left. It is 53 million. It's actually 53,322,200 for phase 2. Phase 1 is 33 million 34,497,000. Sorry, I think that is not the figure.
3,449,761 for phase 1.
That is the balance. No, this is the balance.
Oh, this is the balance. Sorry. Sorry, that's the balance. Sorry, I've read the wrong one. Let's just confirm.
Chair, I think there is also concern to the CEC and CEO regarding the accessibility with people with disability. Is there a ramp or a lift for those people? Because I can see many people have been asking. Did you consider BWD and when you are doing the structural, the accessibility to that offices? Is there a ramp or a lift? If yes, then it's good. If no, explain why.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member, through the chair. At the gender office and the culture office, we have come up with a ramp to take care of people with disability. But the sports complex is the next one in the next budget. It came up during the event we had when we were sending away, when we were seeing off the Paralympics. They brought it up, and it's something that we had been thinking about, and we actually even talked with the governor that time that it would be in the next phase of the project works. So we are factoring it in, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Okay, on Madam CEO, please. With me, I have an award letter, and I think this one is phase 1. And the contractor is Mahavir Transporters and Contractors. You awarded the tender at 53,222,000. That was way back in 2018, 2019. So, what you are reading, the second. So this one, as per the letter for proposal of construction, this is on 10th June 2019. So I hope this, is it in concurrence with what you are reading?
Chair, I've confirmed that the figure was 53,500 for phase 1, and then 30,126,000 for phase 2. And then there is a variation of 12,574,000, bringing it to a total of 63,757,361.
63 or 90 what? 30 plus 53 plus 12. That is around 95 million.
No, this is for phase 2. Phase 2, the total will come to around 63,757, and then the rest is for phase 1. Phase 1 is complete. Phase 1 was 30 million, but it is complete. It is paid. Whatever is in the retention account is what Madam was trying to read, which is 3,449,761. That is what is in the retention for phase 1. But the other amount, the works are complete and paid, phase 1.
Phase 2 are not complete.
Phase 2 is complete, but it has, what I was trying to explain, it has variations. But we have then consolidated the variations and forwarded the file to the county solicitor to actually ascertain whether those variations are factual. And if they are factual, then they will give us a go ahead to budget for that variation in this financial year.
So can you provide us with documents to that effect?
Chair, we will do that by tomorrow 9 a.m.
Okay.
Honorable Chair,
Members?
may I ask something on that? Is the CEO saying whether they are factual or legal? What is the position?
Honorable Chair, I think the real term is legal, whether they are legally accepted. The variations that the contractor has quoted, whether they are legally accepted, because you see, it is not in our position to actually ascertain that. So we have then forwarded the whole file to Office of the County Attorney to look at that. If it is accepted, then we will budget for the same in the next financial year. But as it were, the contractor's completed works has been paid, and 9 million is in the retention, 5 million for phase 2 and 3 million for phase 1.
Honorable Chair, just to maybe, so you are saying the contractor finished and had some variations, but he has finished. How did who allowed him to vary?
The engineer. But we have had meetings over and over. Every time there is a variation, there is a build-up of what do we call, whenever variations are raised, the manager of the project has always been in touch with us. We've always had meetings, and the contractor is brought to side, and there is a whole list of engagements.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bett.
Are you aware that any variation made should be supplied to this assembly for regularization?
Through the chair, I'm aware that that should be the case, but before it comes here, we need to ascertain whether those variations are actually, because those variations were raised. And once they have been raised, we have to first of all carry through the process before now we come and write to the CEC Finance, and then now it will be brought to the House.
At what point was variation done?
According to the BQ, actually, what has made the variations, the reason why we have those variations is that the project has been there for the longest. And every year, the contractor, when the works were measured just the other day after he completed, we have a document here. I think I submitted the document indicating what was actually in the budget vis-a-vis what was measured.
How many variation have you done?
Just one.
One, thank you.
I'm interested, Honorable Chair, in the amount and whether they have approved themselves.
The variations?
Yes.
We had to negotiate down because the contract has been there, and there are so many other things that he was talking about. So we have not accepted. That is why we have forwarded the file to legal for further critiquing of that document.
Maybe you can just help us understand. If I'm a contractor and I'm doing work, I get to a point and I hit a snag. I realize it cost me more. Do I continue and allow it to cost me more anyway, and then I come backwards? Or do I stop there, get the variation approved, then I finish the work?
Through the chair, for a project like that one, it was hard to do that because you see, it is a project that has been there for the longest. And because of delays of money from Treasury, like you understand, is that even when you raise a payment certificate for particular works, it still takes time for us to pay that contractor. But then the engineer has been in touch and the project manager has been in touch, and we've had several meetings yearly to work on the progress. And so there's been only one variation, and that is what we did not accept, and that is why we are forwarding it to legal.
How much?
We're talking about 12,574,811.
When?
As at 30th December 2023.
Okay, honorable members, I will request that because I've directed that, let them supply us with all the documents.
But I just would like to, as we summarize, Honorable Chair, for them to note and become aware that, or it may be regularization of any variation should ideally be not more than 2 months. You're talking about December 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Members. Maybe we shall now move to the last bit.
Just a moment, Honorable Chair. Before we go, the issues that we're talking about, gym and so on, were they the same project or different? We talked about landscaping, and was it the same project?
Through the chair, it's the same project. It's the same project, the complex.
So we had many contracts.
Yeah, on the same project.
Okay, maybe it is only in order that they supply us with all the documents, all of them, including the scope of work.
We will do that.
Well noted, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Members. Now we shall move to the last bit, and that is the issue to do with personal emoluments. Madam CEC, with your CEO, what was the budget for personal emoluments in your department? And considering the current issues to do with employees, how many staff do you have in before they were stopped? How many staff did you had, and how many do you have now?
Through the chair, we had 70 staff after the departments were merged. But then initially, sports had 34, and culture, gender, social welfare, and libraries came with 29, making it a team of 70. 34.
34 plus 29 is not 72, 63.
Then libraries, they have 7.
Where are the libraries?
Libraries, since it was devolved, it's now in our department.
Now, where are they? The library?
Staff.
Yes. And the library itself?
The library itself now sits in this department.
Physically, where is the library?
Opposite the hospital.
Do we have 7 staff members there?
That was a function of the national government, so it transitioned with all the staff.
So how many of them?
It transitioned with 7, but 2 were affected by the current, actually 2 of them I think got revocation letters. But then the transfer came with 7. Then we have culture, gender, and social welfare. There were 29.
So before then, how many did you add? 70. What about now?
Through the chair, we have 42 after some left. After some were affected.
That is after their letters were revoked.
So members, I will welcome you to ask question on personal emoluments.
Honorable Chair, to Waziri and CEO, do you have technical officer in your department?
Through the chair, we have technical staff in culture that were not affected by the revocation letters. That is, the director is present and the assistant director. Then in the Department of Sports, we do have technical persons. Technical persons is people that have actually studied in that, like sports science and things like that, physiotherapy. Those ones we don't have in sports. In culture, all of them were affected. So we only have 1 culture officer that will be left. The director was also affected because he came on transfer from Walter Reed.
In total, how many do you have now?
In total, now we will have 42, the ones that were
I
not
mean
affected.
The technical officers.
Technical officers, in all the sectors, we have only technical officers in culture.
Chair, I want to ask the CEO and the CC. If you were to give an advice to County Public Service Board on the number of staff that you feel it will be lean and efficient for you, how many people do you require that you believe it is lean and efficient and they can deliver on your mandate?
Through the chair, for us to be able to deliver our mandate, we need more staff. But then there is the thing of on the maximum and on the minimum. Through the chair, I think the honorable member can actually clarify for us whether he's talking about on the maximum or on the minimum.
You know, when I use the word lean and efficient, professionally you should get to know on the kind of staff you need to have in your department. You are all aware of the ballooning wage bill in the entire county and even in our departments where you lead. And I say, you where you sit, of course you know the responsibility that is in the department. How many staff do you require that you can work comfortably and deliver on your mandate?
Through the chair, sorry for that, I didn't hear the word lean. But for us to be efficient, when we look at the Department of Sports, we need at least two technical persons, at least two. One that will deal with the technical bit, maybe someone that has sports science and a physiotherapist or something like that. So for sports, we need two. For culture, we also need 2 officers for starters, so that they can serve in 3 wards. Then in social welfare, we also need 3 officers. If I can summarize the entire department, then I think the 40 that we have will serve us.
Chair, maybe I have a question.
Yes, Honorable Tarbi.
Yeah, if I heard the CEO clearly, she told us that 2 staff were affected from the library. If they were from national government, I don't know how the PSC audit affected them, because if this was staff who were seconded from the national government, I don't know how comes they were affected.
Through the chair, they all transitioned into the IPPD, but then they have since written letters to the Public Service Board to find out why their letters have been revoked, yet they were seconded from the national government. So those are the 2 that we have asked them to pick the revocation letters and write letters to the Public Service Board explaining, asking for reasons as to why, yet they were seconded from the national government.
What about the others, the other 7?
The other 7, they still remain part of us.
Okay, maybe another question on the same, although it doesn't touch with personnel amendment. I understand when the library was devolved, it came with some conditional grant around 5 million. What informed your reallocation? Yet we know the situation. The library is in pathetic condition. What informed the department to reallocate the money? I know that the budget was passed, but processed this honorable house, but what informed the reallocation, bearing in mind that the library is in dilapidated condition?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are cognizant to that fact. But then when the transfers were done, having called the national government to find out why that fund was not transferred, the answer we got was that what they only transferred, they did a merger. A merger means that when the library comes down to the county government, the monies will come with them in form of salaries and not in form of development.
So it advised the county going forward to plan for that. Yes, they wrote that on paper, but then it was not, they did not implement the same.
Maybe for clarification, you are saying the money, the 5 million came in form of salaries?
Initially, during handing over, they said that they were going to construct a library worth 5 million. But then from the information that I got after calling the National Library Services is that that matter was taken to COG for discussion. And once the matter was discussed, it was reported that they are going to transfer the function to the counties, but then the only thing that they are going to come with is their salaries. They will be sending directly through the exchequer to the county government. But that is why during supplementary that money could not be traced in treasury, and therefore it was deleted from the during the supplementary budget. And I think I raised the same with the chair for culture, Honorable Trufosa. I raised the same with her and told her that that money was removed during supplementary if she had answers to the same. And after discussing it with her, I went further to discuss it with the county secretary, and that is the information that we got so far. Thank you.
So the salaries have been coming?
The salaries of the staff seconded?
Yes.
Yeah, their salaries have been coming. Including
the 2 that you said were affected?
Yeah, all of them. All the staff that was seconded, we were handed over. That file was handed over to us. So it's only treasury that can confirm whether that money, their salaries are being channeled through the exchequer, as it were.
No, but I mean, to your knowledge, you are the officer in charge.
To my knowledge, through the chair, is that when the handing over was done, I want to believe that it came with funds because they have been earning a salary.
Okay, so do you know whether the county government is paying or not? Do you know?
The staff have been receiving their salaries just like all of us.
Do you know the source of funds?
It definitely came from the national government, though I cannot confirm. What can be confirmed, Treasury can confirm to us. But the fact that they are earning their salaries, then it means the money has been coming.
Okay.
I've not had any complaint, Honorable Member.
So may I ask?
I think, Chair, the same question can. Have you been budgeting for those people? That can ideally tell us whether you are paying or not. Have you been
Through
budgeting
the chair,
in your voted?
No, we have not. They don't even appear in the budget, as it were, unless in this financial year now we have to factor them in because it's become a merger in the new department. Thank you.
So Chair, so that as we move from here, could the CEC or the CEO explain what was this thing about being affected? What does it mean? When you say somebody is affected, what is it? What happened?
Through the chair,
take us through that.
Being affected means your letter was revoked.
Yeah, we want to understand, yeah.
Yes, your letter was
that process
revoked.
Of revoking, yes. Tell us a little bit about it.
Through the chair, what I understand by revoking is when you look at the County Government Act, it says that if it comes to the knowledge, 175, I hope I've quoted the right one this time, that if it comes to the knowledge of the County Public Service Board that some people have acquired letters through a fraudulent way or a corrupt way, then the first option is 1, you revoke the letters. 2, you either take them through a disciplinary process, or 3, the process starts afresh. So since I don't sit in the Public Service Board, I only know that that is the act that probably made them act. I cannot explain further than that. I only know that their letters were revoked through that kind of a process. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Through the chair. Okay. You have told this committee that you can work adequately with 42 staff. But ever since you have been working with 70, and you have been seeing that the wage bill has been going up every now and then. What advice did you give to the Public Service Board? Because you have said here that you can work adequately with 42 staff, while you had been working with 70.
Through the chair, Honorable Vice Chair, I think that question wouldn't be like a really easy question to answer. But from where I sit, I want to say that that was a collective responsibility. That is not something that only the departments would bear that. Because this thing of having staff more than the number that we have, as it were, according to where I sit, the Act said that where the Public Service Board notices that some people have acquired letters through a fraudulent way, then those letters can be revoked. Then from where I sit, then it means that that there are people that acquired letters in a manner that was not accepted. So what I would say is that like he said, like the honorable member said, that lien, I've only given an answer to the lien, but according to the organogram, it's big enough. The organogram can be filled over the years, and when we look at our staff establishment going forward, it is bigger than 40. But I've only answered the question from the lien perspective. But the 70, all of them to me were, I mean, they were offering services in one way or another. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, who made this organogram?
Through the chair, it was a collective responsibility. The organogram was made by all of us. All of us means the entire executive, every department was given the responsibility of going to find out who you will need in your department going forward.
And so you proposed that you need how many?
Through the chair, allow me not to answer that. We could provide our approved staff establishment together with the other documents, because what I understand is that you cannot fill everybody in 1 year. That is a staff establishment that will take, so many other years coming. Thank you.
Maybe, Chair, the question is, since the CEO and the CEC came to office, obviously they have made some requests for some staff, and we wanted to know, so far so good, how many staff they requested.
CEC?
Yeah, through the chair, I want to say with confidence that we have not asked for any extra staff. We've not requested for any. That one we're sure of it.
Since you assumed office?
Yes, since we assumed office.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, there is this talk about a manual payroll. Do you feature in the manual payrolls yourselves?
Manual?
Manual payroll.
Through
the chair. Through the chair, what do you, remember, what do you mean by manual?
Hold on. The CEO, hold on. Can the CEC answer that question?
I just wish to get the clarification of manual.
Yes or no?
Through the chair.
Let the CEC answer that question.
I don't think we do.
Could you answer the question? Through the chair.
No. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, one other question. You, Chief Officer, you must sit in this committee that is called County Human Resource Advisory Committee. You do?
Through the chair, yes.
And so I would like you to take us slowly a little bit. I know we are tired. It's been a long day. If someone were to get a fraudulent letter, assume that I got one, and I want to draw a salary from Nandi County through your department. How do I go about it?
Through the chair, kindly come again.
I've just said, so I've found myself with a letter, a fraudulent one, as it were, almost looking genuine maybe, or probably it is sold. So I have it with me. I want to draw a salary. How do I go about it? I just take us slowly so that we also understand how you end up maybe working under CEC, report under you, get instructions and what have you, and continue for 1 year, 2 years. Tell us, how does that happen?
Through the chair, from where I sit, is that cannot happen. And that is why it is called fraudulent. Because the actual procedure should be, the chief officer who sits in that department should place an intent. Once you have placed an intent to employ, you send that request to the county secretary. Then, that request is taken to the county advisory committee. I'm talking about an ideal situation.
I'm satisfied. So you are saying that it's not possible?
It is not possible.
For somebody to come with a fraudulent letter and get paid, an answer to a CEC or a CO, it's not possible.
No, it's not. It's not possible because I didn't.
Yeah, it's not possible. That's not it. That's impossible. But it happened. So what was the lapse? Who lapsed? And I'm asking both of you.
Maybe another follow-up question. I had asked our officers whether they had made request to the public service for an additional person. Maybe I can also ask whether there was some staff who was sent to work with them from maybe the public service board, maybe were there staff now that you didn't request for additional staff during your tenure, were there staffs who were sent to your department or kind of secondment from the public service, which you had not requested for?
Through the chair, that would actually be a very tricky question to answer. But from where I sit...
Honorable Madam CEO, there is no tricky question to answer. It is either yes or no. Were there any staff that were sent to your department that you had not requested?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, that is the answer.
Yeah, maybe for the record of this answer, how many were they?
How many were sent to you?
Maybe, Chair, how many and by who?
The number of staff that brought their letters in 2018, probably I received some or I did not receive some because I wasn't in that department. But from the so far after sitting in sports, we haven't received any. But from...
Madam CEO, you are talking of 2018. And you are not the CEO by then for sports.
But she was a CEO elsewhere.
Chair, she has admitted that she received a number of employees that she never requested for.
Honorable Member, what I would like you to answer, Madam CEO, you've admitted that you received some staff that were sent to you whom you didn't requested for. How many
yes,
are they?
Chair.
How many are they?
From the report, all the ones that the letters were revoked, which is there are 24. Around how many? 42? Yeah, 42. The ones that the letters were revoked.
42 of them?
Yeah.
I thought you said 42.
So they were sent to you, the order, Honorable Member, the 42 of them were sent to you.
Honorable Chair, allow me to seek clarification from the list and look at the number of years and and get the exact number. And with your permission, for us to get proper documents, allow us to put it in the bank of the documents that we are bringing, stuff that came in from 2018 to date.
No, maybe the chair, kindly, maybe we are talking of 2022, 2023, and up to date. That is it. Don't worry about 2018. From 2022, when you assume the office. Kindly.
But Honorable Chair, also maybe I need your guidance. You know, looking at the report from PIC or PAC, it was clearly stipulated to cover July 2022 up to now. But when you hear about the people who are affected, it went backwards. Maybe the CEC can explain the logic, the thinking. Maybe they sat. Did that come to your attention at the CEC? And you deliberated on it. Did you? Maybe you can enlighten us.
Through the chair, I can't remember us deliberating on that at any one time.
Thank you.
Unless it was a meeting where I wasn't.
Thank you.
And maybe in a scenario like you are the CEC, and so a staff is sent to you, do you just accept, or there's a formal way of maybe requesting why the same staff has been sent to you, or even do you question maybe the public service now because you don't need staff and a staff has been sent to your office, for example?
Through the chair, when staff are sent to our departments, they go through the chief officer's office or to the HR. For the period I've been in the county, nobody has come to me direct with a letter saying I've been seconded to this department. I would be lying.
Maybe we shall defer that question to the.
But as you do that, Honorable Chair, as you do that, is the CEC aware about the requirement of the role of SEC vis-a-vis the question of organizing the county? Section 46. Are you conversant with Section 46 of the County Government Act?
Maybe I would refer to that particular section and respond.
Okay. So do you know that, I put it to you that the County Executive Committee have got a role in terms of organizing the county.
Okay.
So that it is really possible for you to sit and say, we have decided that tourism requires something, some people, and you send them. So it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible, but
but you have not played that role. At least you have answered.
Played that role for now.
Okay, all right. Yes. I'm happy about that.
Through the chair, I've confirmed from my records, the only staff that we received from 2022 are just the ones for the library, the ones that came from the national government. Otherwise, the rest were received in 2018 and 2019, respectively. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Chair, one last question. Between the date of issuance of revocation letters to date, are you aware, or could there be any information that a number of staff have been reinstated to payroll? Is there in your department?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any.
Honorable Chairman, probably a further question. Among the people who are working in your department, were there any ghosts? What I'm referring to is, were there people who drew salary or drew salaries without actually being in any station?
Through the chair, in our department, from where I sit, I didn't see any, because the staff whose letters were revoked are known to me. They have been coming to work. So if today a head count was to be done, I would say that the ones whose letters have been revoked have always come to work. I'm not aware of any ghost worker. Okay. Thank you.
Were there some in the entire county public service, CEC?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any.
Okay,
Chair.
Honorable Bett.
Chair, I wanted to ask a question. Could CEC and CEO inform this committee on the budget of staff for the financial year 22-23, 23-24 before revocation?
Through the chair, in 23-24, after the merger had been done, the actual salaries are 5,286,851 per month, bringing us to 63,442,212. That is the actual from calculations from the 70 who are in the department.
Give us for both years.
I will split for the 2 years because before we have staff that went to tourism, and some now in 22-23 I have to give for gender, culture, social welfare separately from those ones of sports.
That's okay. Whatever you are in charge of.
Yeah.
What's the figure?
So I've only come in when I'm in charge of this one of 23-24, which when combined gives a total of 67,988, 490 after including allowances of 538,218,000. Then there is promotion of 4 million that was that is actual. And then the budget was estimated at 67,988,490.
So, Honorable Chair, would we be right if we were to say that if you have indicated to us that there were some criminals who got themselves into the payroll, that you abated the crime by providing them with resources? In the form of salaries. And I would like both of you to answer how you feel.
Through the chair, from where I sit, I would say that I'm actually partisan to that because I was a chief officer when, as at and when those staff came to the department. They have been working. I know them. So there is no way I'll separate myself from the process. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
CEC.
Through the chair, it's a concerted responsibility. So it's like, as a team, we take the blame. Thank you.
Chair, there's one more important question that I forgot to ask. As far as last year's Kikosa Games are concerned that was held in Siaya, I want to ask the chief officer if he's aware that athletics and footballers were not paid. Are you aware? And if you are aware, where did the money disappear, the so-called disappearing? Where did the money disappear?
Through the chair, they were paid. Unless there is one or two who has a complaint, I think we will welcome the complaint. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I have a slightly different question, Honorable Chair, on the questions of promotions. What's the policy? And how long do people stay in one grade? And also, maybe you could explain in light of the fact that part of the report, it was found that there are people who are unprocedurally, promoted. So how is it? How have you been dealing with it? How long do officers stay in one grade? That's for both of you.
Through the chair, from where I sit, it is irregular to have an officer maybe stay in one position for more than 10 years. that is irregular. And from where I sit, we have written time and again letters to the board to consider, especially the directors in culture. We have a director in culture that has overstayed for almost 14 years. The assistant director also. We also have this acting director who is sitting next to me. There are about 5 that I can produce evidence of requests that have been made to the board over the years to consider them for promotion. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
That's the question. The CEC, the question was for both of you.
Normally, promotions should take place, or will take place differently according to different organizations. Like outside the county, every 3 years you qualify for a promotion. And usually it's not automatic. You have to go through a process so that you you apply for when there is a chance for you to go to the next level. An advert is brought forward, you apply, you are interviewed, and if you qualify, you are promoted.
Honorable Chair, I'm happy with
Does the same mechanism apply to the county governments?
Now to the county government, it varies. Like now, for me and Madam CEO, our term is purely 5 years. But now for the other staff who are on PNP, then they would be promoted when there is a chance or a vacancy for somebody to occupy. If it was to get to the next level. But if it was as far as salary is concerned, then it should be after a set period. But I'm yet to confirm things.
Thank you.
Last question, Chairman. My question
Bet.
is about the hired vehicles in the department. Do they use hired vehicles, or if at all, is there any hired vehicle in the department? And at what rate, in terms of as per the Kenyan shillings, do they hire per day, per month? Kindly clarify.
Through the chair, we only have one vehicle under the program NCYS. And since we had shelved issues of NCYS, I think that should be a question that can come in during the interrogation of NCYS through the chair, with your permission, so that we can provide, we can provide a conclusive, but there is one vehicle under NCYS. So through the chair, allow us tomorrow to come with a report on the same.
Honorable Chair, as she goes, is she confirming that the vehicle she talks about is hired?
Yeah, it is hired, and the Act provides for that. That is why I'm saying we wouldn't be able to explain that in detail. We are going to come up with so many questions that I thought we had agreed issues of NCYS should be shelved for questions to be asked, so that we answer together.
Okay.
That is if we are permitted to do so. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, as requested, I think honorable members, let us allow that issue of Kaya to come in the NCYS issue.
Okay, I would like to ask the CC regarding the general vehicles of the county. Are you aware that there are many county vehicles that are lying in various garages?
Through the chair, I am aware.
Are you also aware that they are fairly serviceable, not too old? Or what condition are they in? Maybe you can tell us.
I am aware that some are fairly serviceable. I would even refer to one of ours, it's K 017. It was not so bad, but now it's lying in the garage.
So there are allegations that the county executive has made it impossible for those vehicles to come around so that you can hire vehicles. What do you say to that? Or maybe in the contrary, what are you doing as a county executive to ensure that these vehicles are brought back so that the county does not lose money, even in terms of demurrage? Because if a vehicle lies in a garage for 2 years, it might even end up being sold.
Madam Chief will attest to the fact that I've really been pressurizing her to get that vehicle brought back to the road.
That is what we have been
But now we were actually constrained by resources.
I think, Chair, I can see Honorable Member is asking we had a reservation for road and infrastructure the same. I think it was just on a light note.
No. Actually, Honorable Chair, you see, I'm asking the CEC, CCM, who is a member of the CEC, and they are the ones in charge of running the county. Overall, the responsibility rests with them. I hope you are aware of that.
Through the chair, I am aware of that, and we have discussed it.
Could you supply us with evidence? Not today. I mean, you've asked for at least what you're doing. And I rest my case.
Thank you, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. I think now we shall come to an end of the session. And maybe before we close, I will give the CCM and our team to give closing remarks so that we adjourn.
Honorable Chair, I just have one final question. Again, it is to the CCM. And this is with respect to flagship projects. Were they brought to your attention? Do you know of one flagship project?
I know about ours first, through the chair. The Eliud Kipchoge complex, that is our flagship project.
Okay, and others?
I know about the Mother and Child Hospital. I know about Natex. I know about the one in Kaiboi.
Okay, just briefly tell this committee something about the one at Kabiyet. Briefly.
What exactly?
See.
Just a story about it.
I think, honorable member, let us defer those questions to the session where they will come back.
I'm sorry, I've not got...
Yeah, so maybe, Honorable CC, can you give your closing remarks?
Chief prefers to start. So allow me to allow her.
Okay, let me allow the director to give his closing remarks as we come towards you.
So thank you, Chair. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Ad hoc Committee for giving us an opportunity to explain the issues that were raised. I think we've learned a few lessons, and I think we will not be the same. Secondly, I want to take this opportunity to request this Honorable House that consider increasing the allocation to the sports sector. It is one of the least funded sector. We are having some of these issues that has been raised. We have so many dilapidated sporting facilities that require some funding because we have our youthful population in Nandi are so active, and we want to engage them so that we avoid...
Point of order, Honorable Chair. Point of order.
I will not allow the point of order. Continue, Director.
So mine is just a request. I know this committee also you have other roles in the overall management of the whole house. So that is my plea through our CEO and the CEC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madam CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Mine is to sincerely thank all the honorable members for sitting here. Even time has actually gone. It's actually taken total sacrifice because of the love and for the interest they have for the people of Nandi. I want to say that this session to me has been a learning session, and even as we go, I want to request the committee to I want to request them humbly if there are any areas that indicated that we did not show commitment, interest. That is just contrary to documentation, but we want to reaffirm that the mistakes that you have seen here will not happen again. And even as the House goes to consider our verdict or anything, it first of all has to come that it has come from a point of sorry for the...
Please, order, honorable members.
For the
Honorable Bito, please order.
And Honorable Chair, as you began your remarks, it came through that you said that the department has given a report which has you actually feel that it has undermined the efforts that the House has put. I wish to sincerely apologize for that and tell the ADO committee that we did not make those errors because we wanted to belittle the House, or it was intentional. So mine is coming from a point of sorry and for a point of saying it will not happen again, given another chance. Thank you.
Madam CCM.
Through the chair. Good evening once again. I want to begin by appreciating the entire ad hoc committee through the chair for giving us a chance to make our submissions despite the gaps that were highlighted at the beginning. As the Chief Officer has put it, we are sincerely apologetic for the areas where we missed in any of the reportings. We want to assure this House that we mean well as a department. We have learned many lessons from here, and going forward, we want to assure the House that we shall do better than we have done this far. Secondly, I want to make it very clear to the House that we have taken note of the assignments given, and we will work to ensure that we submit the documentation required by tomorrow as agreed. And finally, I want to say, may God bless you.
Thank you, the team from the sports department. Mine is just also to thank the honorable members, the secretariat, and the team from the sports department for a fruitful engagement that we have had together. My only request is that make sure that by tomorrow 9, you submit all the documents that we have agreed that you will submit, so that it will help this committee make a conclusive decision. Otherwise, I'm going to welcome a proposer and a seconder so that we can adjourn this session.
I propose for adjournment of this business.
I, Bridget Songok, do second.
Thank you, honorable members. The session stands adjourned until tomorrow morning.